has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
All children attending school in California could face a COVID vaccine mandate under a bill proposed by a state lawmaker.
California's governor already said the COVID vaccine will be mandatory for school children after the FDA gives full approval for each age group. But there would be personal belief exemptions. Pediatrician and State Senator Richard Pan says his bill would not allow personal belief exemptions.
Vaccination is the cornerstone of ensuring our schools will be open and will be safe.
Medical exemptions would be allowed. Pan says those who refuse can do independent study or homeschooling. Pan's bill does not yet say if full approval is needed first to mandate this for children or if FDA emergency use authorization is sufficient. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
A legal fight over masks in schools heads to the next level in New York. The state health department appealing yesterday's ruling by the Nassau County Supreme Court, which said the governor's mask mandate for schools exceeded the health department's authority. An appellate court hearing just wrapping up with a decision expected today or tomorrow. The roster is set for Team USA.
222 American athletes have officially been named to the 2022 Winter Olympics roster. It's the first time since 1968 that all individual gold medal winners from the previous Winter Olympics will return to compete for the United States. Of the 222 American Olympians, there are 4 who are scheduled to compete in their 5th Winter Games, including snowboarders Shaun White and Lindsey Jacobellis. The oldest athlete on Team USA, snowboarder Nick Baumgartner, who's 40. The youngest, 16-year-old figure skater Alyssa Liu. Outside of a team event like hockey, Team USA's largest representation will be in freestyle skiing with 32 athletes on the roster, 26 snowboarders. The Olympics officially start February 4th in Beijing. Competition in some events will begin 2 days earlier.
Fox's Jared Max. Another sell-off becomes a rally for the Dow, up more than 100 points an hour to the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not 1, not 2, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Did you know that 1 in 50 employees open a phishing email every day? Introducing Lookout, the leading mobile security solution that fully protects your company from all mobile threats. Get Lookout Mobile Security for free with any Docomo Pacific Business Unlimited mobile plan. Some conditions may apply. Learn more at business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Half a day, it is 6:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. There are another couple of deaths reported related to COVID-19 and the increased number of hospitalizations being reported from the JIC. The deaths were of a 56-year-old man and an 84-year-old woman, both with underlying conditions. The JIC report also stated there were 34 people admitted to the hospital with COVID-19. Also, there were 3 patients under intensive care, one of whom requires a ventilator. From the testing, there were 759 new cases out of 2,926 people tested. 156 of the cases reported through the Department of Defense. Meanwhile, the Department of Education disclosed there were 28 new cases identified to be positive with COVID-19, 24 students and 4 teachers. Public schools won't be interrupted due to the positive cases. Catholic schools, however, still doing remote learning until February. And more restaurants also closing their doors due to COVID-19. As reported in the Guam Daily Post, small businesses such as restaurants don't have the staff to stay open. Some of the announcements came this week from Mac's Restaurant at the Micronesia Mall. Cafe Gucha in Tumon, as well as Jollibee and the Potato Cloud at the Micronesia Mall. DPS Public Health spokeswoman Janela Carrera says while public health isn't involved in these businesses closing temporarily, the department is glad that the private sector companies are recognizing their role in keeping the community safe. We'll have more news right after this.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hafaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hafaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Investigators have yet to locate the family of a man who was found dead in Jigo on Sunday. GPD will not be able to confirm the victim's identity until the next of kin is found and notified. Officials have said authorities have no new details in the investigation. It was on Sunday morning that police were called to the ranch along Chelan Emsley. They do say that the man had injuries that were consistent with foul play. And a man accused of inappropriately touching a girl who was 11 years old denies charges filed against him in the Superior Court. That's also in the Guam Daily Post today. 45-year-old David Ray San Nicolas was charged with second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. He pleaded not guilty before the magistrate judge. He also waived his rights to a speedy trial. The victim only told a relative of the allegation in December before the suspect admitted to the acts. That's according to the court documents. And a DYA employee, although she did say admit to in an interview with the Guam Daily Post, has pleaded not guilty to the charges against her in the Superior Court. Cleo Lam, who was 22 years old, was a former employee of the Department of Youth Affairs and was accused of assaulting a client there. She did waive her right to a speedy trial, and the case has been assigned to Judge Alberto Tolentino. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
J. Ross wants to know who's stinky. Why is this? Why you got the I'm always stinky.
I'm trying them all out. There's different ones in here.
The rotary sushi one. Mon is trying to. We'll explain why in a couple of minutes. But Mon is trying out a different sets of face masks and face coverings that she's got right now. And I've been through many of those. In fact, she gave me my rotary sushi one the same time she got her rotary sushi one, and it's like wearing a blanket. It's like wearing a blanket on your face. Nothing is very.
Here, I found the silky one.
This is the
silky.
Oh, and I can hear you better. I can hear you better.
This one has zero protection.
None of unless it's an N95, it doesn't make any difference.
This one was an N95, but
it's not an N95.
It's a KN95. It's Korean N95.
Okay, let me show me.
No, don't touch anything of mine.
Yeah. I call those the what do you call it? There's the Japanese.
This is from Korea.
Is that folding art that they have?
Origami.
That's the origami. You've seen those things. They don't fit over your face. You've got to open them up, and then they bend the thing over on the side, and then they've got these little wings like a dragonfly or something like that. Yes, sweet. Okay. Anyway, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. We'll get around to explanations before too much longer. 6:11. Here it comes. The weather today. Isolated showers. I see mostly sunny skies in the forecast. Daytime highs near 86 degrees. East to northeast winds 13 to 17 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 23 miles an hour. Isolated showers this morning. This evening again partly cloudy. Overnight low should be about 74 degrees. East northeast winds up to 16 miles an hour. We'll have gusts as high as 21 miles an hour. Basically the same thing for tomorrow and tomorrow evening. Mostly sunny, partly cloudy skies. With the heat index today, it'll feel about 90 degrees. 30% chance of rain. Are we done with the rip currents and the high seas?
I didn't see it there this morning, man.
What about box jellyfish? Do we get any warnings on the box jellyfish?
Keep your eyeballs open, man. Let me get a hold of someone from agriculture.
We're working on recipes for that here. Sunrise this morning, not until 6:48. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:18. There's news and weather together brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts. ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the friends over at KFC. Incredible breakfast offerings that they've got for you every day over at KFC. You get them in a drive-through, or if you like, wait a second, hold on. I can even put the thing up on the screen because I love the picture so much on the social media. I copied this. It says, wake up and eat local, Guam, whether you're heading into the office or need a quick fix after dropping the kids. Wake up and eat local, loaded with your favorite local favorites, fried rice. That's KFC fried rice. Eggs and Spam and sausage. Stop by. Try the great new breakfast today at KFC.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Got it. Hey, 6:14 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess and the drama. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you this morning. And Mike's side now. This is how you know that you've assembled maybe the greatest broadcast team ever. On the other side of the glass, because it's safer there, it's Real Joe Cruz. Gets the phone. You call it 888-8255, 888-TALK. How you doing there, Real Joe?
Here I am.
I'm glad that you're there. I need you to stay safe, Joe.
I will.
I do. So, Montecillo Tyron on this side of the glass.
Ow.
What's that? Oh, you got to turn on your microphone so everybody can see. Have you found a good one yet?
It's causing issues.
All right, so Mon is trying out some.
Well,
some
I have to say I am vaccinated and boosted. I've had COVID, and so I am absolutely immune to any cooties that you might bring.
Well, and I appreciate out of an abundance of caution.
Yeah.
The masky thing that's going on. We were looking for, and apparently the gas stations have all of the plexiglass because we were looking yesterday. I'll back it up. It's 6:15 in the morning. There's no secret.
Back that thing up.
I've been backing it up here. No secret. I've had symptoms for several days. How many days?
Since last week, Monday.
Since last week, Monday.
Actually, last weekend is when you said you started to feel like a little cough,
a little
and
less
scratchy.
than me. Yeah.
And then you came in Monday without any sense of taste or smell. That was last week, Monday.
I don't remember. It's all running together in my head.
Because,
But we're all trying to figure out, whose guidance we're going to use. And right now, I like the military guidance.
Yeah,
like the one that's coming out. I'm like the one that's coming out on.
Yeah,
on
you were in the
base.
ROTC, right?
I was in
One
the
time.
ROTC.
There you go.
Call me
You
General.
that, man.
You can call me General if you like to.
That.
Anyway, so I lucked into a test yesterday, and it's one of these 15-minute tests.
Luck,
and
huh?
yeah, and it went Omicron, boom, Wuhan positive within 45 seconds.
It said Omicron?
I'm just laughing because I'm scared.
It said Americana. But no, it didn't say Omicron, but that's the one that's that's the most prevalent now. 99% of all of the cases in the country are Omicron, and so it confirmed what a lot of us had been saying over the last several days is you can run, as Dr. Macra says, but you can't hide. You're going to get the Omicron, and so apparently I've got it. But the mitigations and everything that we've got in place here, I think are going to continue to work for us. Real Joe on the other side of the glass. And when he comes into this studio, he holds his breath.
Yeah.
Good job.
No more kissing on the cheek in the morning when you come in.
Just for a few days, Joe. It'll be just for a few days. Mona Silva is in the same room as me, but she's way the hell over there. And today she's going to be wearing a mask for as long as she can tolerate it, because she's discovering something that I discovered early on, is it's hard to wear a mask and glasses at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I've increased my font to 45.
Hey.
There you go.
So I might not need the glasses today.
You'll never go back. Is the thing. You realize that once you've made that change, you'll never ever go back. 6:18 in the morning. So I'm COVID. I've been isolating anyway since the week began. I leave here at 9 o'clock in the morning and go home. And the only time I leave the house is when I have to go forage for beer and food. Yeah. And I went last night foraging. There was foraging.
Touching everything.
No. Well, okay, so I'm thinking, okay, here's what I want to do. I want to go and grab a couple of beers, watch the sunset over at Teray, and then maybe order something there for dinner. And so I get to Teray, and mind you, this is like 5-ish, and they are already cleaning up the back of Teray. As in, we're not seeing any more customers.
Wipe it down.
Yeah, they put the padlock on the main gate, and everybody left. This is before 6 o'clock at night, before sunset, and so I'm sitting there enjoying a beer, watching the sunset, and one of the guys, what's his name? I call him the ponytail manager, and he kind of comes around and says, "Hey, bro, just to let you know, I have to put the chain up on the other side. Both of the gates need to get closed." I said, "Brud, are you closing now? Or are we closed for the day?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "Wow." It's like lots and lots of businesses are having a hard time. They don't have enough employees to be able to stand up the job, especially the restaurants. From 7 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. So they man up as much as they can. Basically a coffee place, but yeah, you can go there at nighttime and get chicken wings and cold beers and sandwiches. But not these days. And as Mona pointed out in one of our top stories this morning, that's something that seems to be spreading around like a cold in the family, like Wuhan. In the family, it just seems like every business is one way or another making modifications and adjustments. My modification was jamming at 9. Hopefully, I won't need to do that today. If you're wondering where I am symptoms wise, okay, tested positive for Wuhan, but. Outside of just a little bit of a dry spot in the throat, my sore throat is virtually gone. I haven't had body aches in days, so that's why we're looking at isolation and quarantine guidance. And Mona and I both like the one that the Joint Region put out yesterday. Even though I don't work for the Admiral.
Yeah,
I know people that do. So you know what? I will identify today as a member of the High Command. And if I was in the High Command working with the Admiral, what's his name?
Oh yeah, Minoni. Linguini?
Linguini.
Man, I forget. They change them so often.
I don't know why.
Whenever they crash us up, man, they change another guy.
Everybody's got to get out. COVID. All right. So here's the guidance. I'll put this up on the screen so that you can follow along with me here on the programs. Is COVID positive? Yes or no? Okay. Well, click yes for Ray. And then the next question is, are you vaccinated? Okay. No. And then it says, are you booster? Also, no. I don't have the booster. It says isolate 10 days or until fever-free for 5 days. And near as I can reckon, I'm fever-free at least 5 days. I haven't taken any pills. I haven't done any Tylenol, Dayquil, or anything like that. My sole medication over the last several days has been Michelob Ultra, coffee, and extra Joss.
You're still a dirty white boy.
I am.
Yeah, you still got worms, man.
But I'm just saying that as far as isolation and things like that, I'd like to say, because the Admiral said so, that I'm turning a corner on this. 6:21 in the morning. Now the question is, now how responsible / irresponsible can I get with all of this? I got to invite a buddy of mine is breaking in a new house tomorrow night.
Housewarming.
Housewarming. Housewarming. We'll make that house I'll make it so everybody has 104-degree temperature.
Yes.
then it will be a real hot house. You want to have
Chicken
house
pox
yoga?
party,
I'm your
Ray.
man. I will do all of that for you. 6:22 in the morning. Now the other here's another concept that we might be able to play around with here this morning. 6:22. There are people that are saying, "Oh wait. Okay, so you've got COVID-19 and you're not dead." You haven't been vaccinated. You're not in the hospital. You seem to be running contrary to all of the guidance and the advice the CDC and the WHO have been talking about. Is it possible that maybe our fears of COVID-19 have been over-amplified? Maybe they've been tweaked a little bit too high by the powers that be? And is it possible, Ray, that maybe we ought to have a COVID-19 sharing party?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so like I've got it. And so we'll have a thing. You come by the house, and I'll breathe in your face. Yeah. Heavily breathing in your face.
Get over here,
Come
man.
on. I take
Breathe
all my
in
favorite
tight,
Korean
Ray.
words. And just get that whole COVID thing into your face, and then
Yes.
you will have COVID, but you'll have the easy one. The one that I've got. That you're kind of it's one lousy day, and then everything is all right. 6:23 in the morning. Anyway, but I might milk this, like Lillian Guerrero. I might milk this. Yeah, let's see if I can get Janella's mom to make me soup. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what kind? Tinola?
Either or.
Okay.
Whatever. I don't know. Some with pig parts that I can't identify. Those I found are the best ones. Anyway, 6:23 in the morning. So much to get to. As I said, Real Joe gets the phone. Montecillo Tyron with a look at all the big news and headlines. We'll get around to doing some of that as the program continues. 888-825-5880-TALK. We got a whole bunch of other folks that want to chime in on stuff. The meme machine is definitely online and working this morning. We'll get to some of that. But first, we got to get through these guys here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, not nice. Nice. It's 6:24 in the morning. Do you want to come to my COVID-19 reveal party? I should have done that when I took the test yesterday. Should have had like a reveal thing.
Yeah.
I know. Somewhere out there, somebody's looking at their radio all scoldy going, he's not taking this serious enough. Serena Garin sending me pictures of sunrise on the eastern side of the island. She says it looks like it could be one of those weird, wacky days. You know, Serena, at a certain level, they're all weird, wacky days, and they're all kind of weird, wacky nights, aren't they? But I do appreciate you waking up and taking the pictures. That's nice. That's nice. Extra workout here from Serena Garin. Who else is online today? Who's playing around with the radio? Rico B at number one.
Big man, big man.
Yep. I see him there. I can see Mike Grace Bloss hanging out as well. Keena McCausland saying, I hope you're feeling better, Mr. Gibson. I am, Keena. In the upper left-hand corner of the United States of America, I am feeling fantastic. Jay Rojas online saying, happy birthday to Mona Silva. Isn't that nice?
Oh, thank you.
Happy birthday, Mona.
Hello.
So for Mona's birthday, I might get her one of these. I might get her one of these.
Oh, I want that.
We were talking yesterday. about cool Korean stores in the village. Every village got a cool Korean store. I think I've got the coolest New World World Mart is my it's like my Korean Payless around the back of the house. I got everything I need except like fresh meat and fruits. Well, I got some fresh fruits in there and everything. But they've got this great selection of goodies in behind the counter. You know, you get the prophylactics over here and the aspirin over there, and
power pills.
Yeah, and then they've got this. This is you've all seen this. This is the little butane things that you can use in after the typhoon.
Stoves. Yeah.
Yeah. This is so this normally would go into the stove. Now this is a little attachment that goes on top of it. You buy just the attachment, then you get yourself. Hey,
God, your trigger discipline is sexy, Ray.
So you put the thing on, and then. Okay, so I want to see if I can get this.
Then?
You got to be able to hear it.
And it stays lit.
Oh, nice, Ray.
Can you hear it?
So you
There
don't.
you go.
You don't burn
He's
your
gonna
thumbs
blow
when you're
you guys
lighting
up,
stuff.
Mana.
Okay.
You're a dangerous man, Ray.
I know.
Omicron and torches.
But all the monkey boys are going up and down. All the monkey boys are, fire! He's making fire on the radio, Mom. Look at him. He's got the fire thing. Where did he say that was? World Mart in MTM on Roy T. Demion Street. And you can use this. Real Joe says creme brulee. You could do a creme brulee with this.
You could.
I start fires with this. I don't I try not to throw a whole lot of paper in the trash.
Yeah.
So I burn as much of it as I possibly can.
Ray,
and
turn that
barbecue.
off, man.
Barbecue. Somewhere out there, I have to do this now for the responsible guys that might want to use this for work. Those of you that are in like the outside cable business or something where you use a lot of shrink tubing.
Yeah.
This is the shrink tube.
Perfect.
This is the burner for the shrink tube that you need to get for yourself. You love it?
I love it,
Or are you
man.
going to light it up and you don't want to burn your thumbs? If your lighter gets too hot, that's like the perfect tool.
I may need to send somebody over to Worldmont to get one from on now because I guarantee that after that spiel, they're going to sell out island-wide. We're going to sell out
They don't
island-wide.
sell that at Tochimar. I've never seen it.
You just got to look around. You got to look around. They've got usually
I might do a creme brulee today.
or burn trash or just find. We're gonna go get pallets now because we've got something to start the fire with. Anyway, 6:28. Where was I? I was stuck at J. Rojas, Jerome McDonald, Buenas Todo Hamzu, Tao Tao Guam, Ray, Mana, Real Joe, and Jerry Roberts. Jerome, great family picture up on your social media the other day. I saw that. Oh, and before we get to the mom of the program, Pam Duvall, she's got something to celebrate today. It is Alani Lynn's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Alani Lynn is 22 years old. Happy birthday to you, sweetheart. Great to have you there, Jay Nauta. Sarita is there. Manny and Ning Rages. JB St. Nicholas. Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas. Half a day to Libby Lou, who is watching the program. Catalina Penal Arias, like I said. Benita Menglotnya. Hey, day before yesterday was the official start of the tax season. And Benita Manglonia has got the store up in Gigo. She probably just now got off of some kind of overnight Zoom thing for continuing credits and education. This tax year for just about everybody is going to be as complicated, if not more, than last year. And you're going to want to take it to a CPA. You're going to want to take it to somebody that does this for a living, and that's what Benita Manglonia does. Do me a favor, just right click on her name or remember it for later and make an appointment. Venue Guam is watching. Hey, Phil, thanks very much for the beer the other day. Appreciate that. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, is online. Zobamba, Tony, and Annette and Pinko are online.
I'll be ba.
We're getting close, Ray.
Can I, Tony? I need some vital. And you know what? Get him on the line. Get Biba, Tony, and
I hurt my back laughing at you guys.
on the line.
Yeah, I'll get him.
Okay, can I just? I'm a little pissed off about something, right? So I'm a gun guy, right? Second Amendment, all that. I got a concealed carry permit, and it expired last month.
Ah.
Now, did you know that when you go for a renewal on your concealed carry, you have to retrain?
There you go.
Why?
Because
Stumpy, got to make a rule.
There's a
fee. There's got to be some. Yeah.
There's fees,
so in addition to the fee to renew, now I've got to go and find someplace that will give me the refresher course for which I don't believe I need. I mean, it's not like it's like for the guys in the military. You show your DD 214. That's all you need to show, right?
It's like riding a bike.
So when your license expires, if you're in the military, do you have to go back? The boot camp? No, you don't.
No.
Why is this there? It feels like it's completely and totally usurious and unnecessary, and I think it's an affront. It is. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it like that too, because I've watched politics. This is an affront. It's shameful.
Senator Hatta will change that
to the Second Amendment. Well, I don't recall it being a part of his original legislation when we created the shall issue. And it seems to me just another layer of bureaucratic BS that's there for absolutely no reason. And the thing is, the refresher courses are almost as expensive as the regular course. And I'm going, wait a second, you don't have to teach me as much of all of this. So I gotta go and do all of that crap. Well, the good news is if I do, maybe I'll become a better shot.
You will.
I doubt it. Juanita Machi is online. I got Dale Audette is there. Mark Ina, Carlos Barreto. Good morning to Cheryl Ochai. Venus Onad Baginan is watching the program. There's the mom of the program, Pam Duval. MJ Bora. Pam, what are we doing for your daughter's birthday? Gina Kono. Hey, Gina Kono is online. Phil Letty is there. Congratulations. Phil Letty is now Action Man from the Action Pack.
Good morning, Phil.
Hey, buddy. I need paper and ink. You got okay, but not the paper and ink. But he's apparently in charge of the Action Pack program. Remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking with the chamber people about last election's Action Pack, and hey, you guys can't really be all that excited about some of the picks you made. 2 years down the road, and all of the things that they told you they were going to do. They told all the chamber people they were going to be doing all this. Wanted to get that big chamber Action Pack vote. So. You guys don't have buyer's market. You starting to feel like Biden voters here as you got over at the chamber. So I'm kind of curious to see what Phil Liddy is going to be doing.
He's a brilliant guy, man.
Phil, we'll start with a report card. I think people need to be held accountable. All of the people that were originally selected by the Chamber's Action Pack were selected. A lot of people voted for them based on that endorsement. And I'd like to know if the Chamber is happy with the results, with any of the attempts that certain of these people had made to do better by way of business. So you take a look at the business climate, and I'm here to tell you, my guess is that they've fallen a little bit short of what our expectations were. Mitch Prashado, hey, cuz, good to see you there. MJ Rages, Sabine Chargaloff, Mark Anthony, Colin Clark, Kulu is online here this morning. Grasshopper, wax on, wax off. Eric Lopez, hey, Bruds, good to see you there. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez online here this morning.
Just bring it back.
He's going to bring him back. He's going to bring back the Chinese. He's going to bring back the Koreans. He's going to bring back the Japanese. That's what he's going to be doing just as soon as people let him to start running things on his own.
True. What about North Koreans, Ray?
Gov,
bring those guys back?
You know what? If anybody can bridge the divide.
I believe it.
Former Governor Carl T.C. You know how we do it? We'd have a get together in what's his name's Richard Arroyo's backyard.
Oh, nice.
We get together. Kim Il Jung, former governor, right? Some music.
Color good.
Color good. Oh my God. Some Johnny Blue. Right? And all the guys walking around color good. That's how you make relationships. Yeah. And they'd pay. They'd come out and pay. Greg Kaiser's there. Lena McDaniel. Ray has cooties. Yes, I do. Not gonna deny it. Ismael Velez is there. Sour Lake. Debbie Borja. There's Chech Uggan. Let me see. Oh, Phil Letty's wishing you a happy birthday, Mona.
Thank you.
He's new here. Jennifer Poshnitger online. Mary Singeo Denina. For Ken Brown, Mana has a mask. Does Real Joe have a mask? No.
He doesn't. Since I was born.
Yeah, he's in the other room. He doesn't need it. There's Brad Wood online. Valentine's Day coming up so fast it will be Valentine's Eye for those celebrating 142. Oh, I think I know what you mean. All right, there's a thing.
1 for 2. What is that? Is that a threesome?
I can't see Sarita that way, but a growing number of brands, here comes the story, are giving customers the chance to opt out of marketing emails ahead of Valentine's Day and other holidays. Ads and promotions around holidays, particularly ones that celebrate relationships, can cause anxiety and depression. So if you are not in a relationship and every thing around you is touting how great Valentine's is and Valentine's dinners, and we're going to go on Valentine's Day, and every hotel on Guam is going to have Valentine's rates for 2-night staycay or something like that, and you're sitting there going, yeah, I don't have anybody. By choice, do I really need to deal with all of the marketing that's going to be coming out? Now they do have instead of a Valentine's thing, don't they have like a pimps and hoe night at some
singles.
of the bars?
Yeah.
Pimps and hoe nights for singles. That's what I'm thinking. We ought to.
Yes.
It's a great opportunity for Real Joe to get together with women and say, so how are we related again? Etsy says is letting people opt out of Valentine's Day emails and offers, as well as marketing around Mother's Day and Father's Day. What's that for? For people that don't like their parents? We're not going to market to you for Mother's Day and Father's Day. That's brilliant. Anyway, 6:36 in the morning. Plenty more names. We'll get around to that. We'll talk about some of the other cool things and groovy things that are going to be happening around here. I do want to send out congratulations. Are you ready for multiple congratulations time? Former Senator Rory Respicio over at the port. He got the nod from the board. They gave him a passing grade over at the Port Place. And the board has decided that they're going to go ahead and keep Mark Mendiola and Mary Okada.
Of course.
I don't know if you
course.
saw any of that. So we got all kinds of people with all kinds of, and John Fernandez apparently got a nod from the board.
Nice.
Yeah. Not 5.0, but nobody's perfect. That's not true, John. John Fernandez is perfect.
Gets,
I worship the ground that he walks on. It's 6:37 in the morning. So much to get through on this Wednesday, and working in my head trying to sort out how we can do 4 hours today. That's what I'm shooting for. 4 hours today, Real Joe. You think we can make it? Is there enough? Do I have enough in me?
Yeah, man.
You suppose?
You can do this. Wow, Ray.
Thank you so much. That's exactly the kind of encouragement I need. Come and give me a back rub while Mana's doing the news. Mana, what happened?
Another couple of deaths reported related to COVID-19 and an increased number of people in the hospital with COVID-19. There are 34 now admitted to the hospital. Also, there are 3 patients in intensive care, one of them on a ventilator. From the testing, there were 759 new cases out of 2,926 people who were tested, 156 from the Department of Defense. Now, the COVID testing continues at the Tees and Carnival grounds. However, they're fully booked today and tomorrow. You can still get a couple of slots available on Friday and on Saturday as well. There also are some unscheduled drive-up patients being allowed in. Of course, those with COVID-19 symptoms given priority. More restaurants also closing their doors due to COVID-19, as reported in the Guam Daily Post. Small business is finding it hard to stay open with a number of employees testing positive for COVID-19. They have a list of a bunch of restaurants that have decided to close their doors, at least temporarily. Max Restaurant and a number of other Micronesia Mall restaurants have been closed. Some of them are offering takeout or curbside or even good-to-go delivery service. As well, the Department of Integrated Services and Department of Veterans Affairs have closed their doors or offering appointment only at the Department of Veterans Affairs just as a safety measure. And police still investigating the death investigation of an individual up in Jigo this weekend. However, few details are being released. They are still trying to identify the victims' next of kin. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
All right. Now, we were talking about celebrations and reasons to be happy. Alana is celebrating 22 years. You might be wondering what the coconut doesn't fall very far from the tree. All of the ladies in the family got their incredible, great looks from the mom of the program, Pam Duvall. And you can see it right in there. Happy 22nd birthday. And some of you might be wondering, but does she have tattoos? Yep, she does. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. That's Alana with the Sade on the shoulder.
Oh, wow.
Jeff Lujan did that. You want details, then right-click on Mama Pam's name, and she will make all of the connections for you. 6:39, be right back.
Do you have a pain or loss of function in your hand or upper extremity? Then have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, a board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran with over 25 years in experience in diagnosing and treating upper extremity and hand problems. He'll provide care to you and your loved ones so you and your loved ones can take care of yourselves and others. Call 671-646-HAND for an appointment and visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
6:40 in the morning. It's Real Joe. Normally I have in the studio, just because I always got a little tiny bit of running in the morning, my own little napkins, but I'm out this morning, so I'm like, Joe, do we have a paper towel or something like that?
Yeah.
Guy comes in with the entire forest
there you go.
of paper towels in the building.
We're going to make it happen, Rick.
6:41 in the morning. Can I just tell you, I overshot the day. I know, you always say 6:41. What do you mean you've overshot the day here? I overshot the day even before I got on the air, kids. I overshot the day. I solved today's Wordle at 5:51.
Wow.
What the hell am I going to do with the rest of my day?
I don't know, man.
I feel like I have no purpose anymore. Now that the Wordle is correct. For those of you that are trying to beat me, it took me 4 guesses, as usual. It's a hard word. I mean, it had like an A right in the middle.
How'd you do it, man?
Oh, it's you got to tune into the resonant frequency of the galaxy, bro.
There we go.
6:41 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Nissan Guam, and the resonant portion of the universe is also floating, rotating around that place there, and they've got incredible deals on incredible rides. 2021s on the lot. We need to make room for the 2022s for Lonnie's birthday. So swing by there and help them with your selection of a Rogue Sport, Kicks, Muranos, Titans, plenty more. Zero down. And did you hear that? Zero down. I don't know how they do that, because every time I've ever tried to do that, the bank says, no, your credit's not that good, but maybe yours is. They'll let you know about that over at the Nissan place. 0% APR for the life of the loan, or the first 3 payments are on them. This is a limited time offer because it only applies to the 2021s. Once they're gone, they're gone. But the guys over at Nissan have always got something fun up their sleeve. We'll let you know about what that is in the next month or so. 6:42 on the point.
Raise your glasses for a toast, because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
6:43 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. We're looking at the traffic right now. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot. A little bit of traffic, intersection traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base, but nothing that is going to slow you down. In fact, most of the way into town, southbound Marine Corps Drive is looking great. Only a little bit of traffic on 3, and that's up by Ukadu. Getting out of Dededo shouldn't be a major problem, but I think you have to leave right now. 8, 10, and 16 has been running rather busy these days. A little bit of traffic on the 10 side, and that's meeting up with traffic just past the intersection there. As you're trying to make your way onto Teedson here this morning, because there's testing that needs to take place there. Just a reminder, rationing begins this morning. If you've got an appointment, then hopefully you've made that appointment, and you are one of those people that is kind of a high-risk, close contact. I don't know if they're going to be turning you away, but you might have to be insistent if they try. 6:44 in the morning, getting into the downtown Agutnia area, nothing major. Naval Base Guam, Big Navy looking pretty good here this morning. At 6:44, that's your right now traffic. This, The Point.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
At Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478-AUTO.
6:45 in the morning, portions of the program brought to you by Subway, and they've kicked it into gear. It's the GoPro deal. How do you GoPro? You just say I'd like to GoPro, and don't know exactly what that means. If you don't know what exactly that means, it means it's twice the protein, double the meat on your favorite sandwich from over at Subway. All you got to do is ask for it, and they will make you GoPro today at Subway.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I see it 6:45 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until later. We'll see how I feel at 9. 888-8255, 888-TALK. We'll talk about voter initiatives in a second, but a certain kind of initiative that apparently took place over at the Ed Board. It looks like Mark Mendiola and Mary Okada are going to continue in their leadership roles inside the Guam Ed Board. I got Mark Mendiola on the line right now, and I wanted to offer you and Mary congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Ray, Mon, and Joe.
So how was everybody relieved that you guys were going to do it again? Because, this is not an easy job you've got there. I can imagine a lot of guys, just kind of feigning an interest for the job. And then we said, no, we'll do it. They said, okay, you got it. Bye.
Yeah, we're grateful, for the opportunity to serve again and the leadership of the board. I think, both Mary and I, work well together. And, we just kind of, with everybody on the board, we just try to balance everything, ensure that everybody gets the proper information that they need and their issues addressed and concerns. So, yeah, we're grateful for another opportunity to serve. As you know, this is every 2 years, board members get elected. So this is, the last year before the election at the end of November. So, we had a long agenda last night, and that was one of the things was the election of officer based on our policy. In January, our first meeting, I'm just grateful for the confidence that my colleagues have in our leadership.
Well, I don't think anybody wants the job. I mean, I appreciate. I'm glad that you are looking at it like, hey, they've got a lot of support for me and all of that stuff. But these are tough, incredibly tough times in education right now. You just put that budget figure together, and it's always been dicey in terms of what the ask is going to be versus what the get is going to be out of a legislature that's constantly harping about how important our the education of our children is. Number one, number two, we're doing this in a time where there's still a whole lot of uncertainty about COVID-19 and how we're going to resolve issues that started 2 years ago. So you've got a lot on your plate. And like I said, I would have been more than happy to let you continue to pile it onto your plate.
Yeah, that's a big thing. But I think we got a good team. I think the strategic plan is going to be one of our goals this year is to complete that process. That's going to really drive the way the department manages its resources, also our student outcomes, and everything's going to be data-driven. And the way we have it structured now, one of our board members, Mr. Chrysostom, recommended that we have a dashboard, and, we kind of flushed out that idea now. So each committee will have a snapshot of things that we believe is important and be tied to the strategic plan. So we can, future boards will be able to, look at the strategic plan through the lens of a dashboard that will give them the data and information. And when there's signs of trouble or issues, we're going to be able to identify that quickly as a board. So it's going to really make the committees work and, provide, guidance to the superintendent so that we can continue on this journey. I think the toughest thing, Ray, for challenge, like you mentioned, is the uncertainty of this pandemic,
right?
In terms of how to roll out, educational services. And as a department, despite all the challenges we're facing with the pandemic, we got really good people working for the Department of Education, from the leadership all the way down to the folks that are the day-to-day operations in the schools. And so oftentimes, we go through this journey and, it's tough, but, DOE in times of crisis, in times of challenges, has always rise to the occasion to carry out its mandate. And, our community, I think we're the only agency that goes through so much scrutiny. We get called for every round table. There's a lot of knee-jerk reaction when it comes to certain things, and, they want information out. And then, unfunded mandates, that come to us, we have to balance that out with, the limited, like you said, the limited resources that we're getting. And so, last night's board meeting, we discussed the strategic plan and how this is going to roll out once we're looking at about the month of April. And that will give us an opportunity to also just look at the way how the board interacts with the superintendent. We also last night,
and not to cut this conversation short, let's move from here to there. The board just gave your superintendent rather incredible marks. Was it 4.4, 4.5 out of 5 possible?
Yeah, 4.4 out of 5 possible.
Excellent. And, good job, John.
Above satisfactory. We had a discussion. We were supposed to, of course, have the evaluation a little bit earlier, but due to, of course, school closures and then just a lot of our energy and our challenges is really just to make sure that the schools are safe, right, and opening up the schools at that time. And so we were able to work with it based on this contract. Both the board and the superintendent have to agree on the tools. Dr. McNitch, who's from the University of Guam, he's all about public administration, and so he formulated a tool based on the public law, which basically views the responsibilities of the superintendent. And he created that tool in which we evaluated the superintendent, gave us an opportunity to basically evaluate him based on that scale and then provide comments, and then superintendent will take a look at it. If you wanted to ask, questions or provide information for people to reconsider their scoring of this thing. But, John, despite all the challenges we're faced with, he's the longest serving superintendent in the Chief State organization.
Yeah, again, I think that's a lot of that has to do with the fact that nobody else wants the job. So, it's you got to be kidding. Really, you want me? You want me to take on these responsibility, this role here, right in the midst of all of the crazy that is the first part of this new decade? 6:52 in the morning. Anyway, I wanted to wish you congratulations. There's so much more that we can talk about. Maybe a little bit more the next time as you flesh out the details of this dashboard and this master plan that you guys are going to be working through. 6:52 in the morning. Mark, you have a fantastic rest of the day.
All right, thanks.
Get those kids up. Get them to school, bro.
Yep.
All right. Yes, sir. You have a good day. 888-8255-888-TA. Okay. Currently 6:52 in the morning. A real chatty crowd here today. We got Mark Mendiola on that side. Over here, the other governor, Leon Guerrero. That would be Ken LG is on the line. Ken wanted to know if he could come into the studio and talk to me about voter initiatives. And thankfully, the answer is no, not today, because I've got COVID-19. Sorry.
Understandable. I hope you continue to sail as evenly as you are right now. Having had it in the first round, I know how bad it could have been, but that was the first variant, phase one. So.
Yeah, I've got the easy one. It's like, what kind of cancer you got? Well, I got the easy cancer, as a matter of fact. Vince Pangolin says, Thank you, Ray, for showing us all that life goes on versus hiding in the closet. Yes, happy to do that. To point that out to you. So all these people say COVID-19. Oh my God, you're going to die. It's terrible. But it's not so bad. Anyway, so what's on your mind, Ken? Tell me about these voter initiatives.
Well, starting on February 5th, Saturday, we're going to be holding a series of public education meetings, and we'll be broadcasting them over social media, and we'll be posting videos so that people can watch them at their own convenience.
Nice.
And the initiatives are, first, we eliminate the primary election.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to put it up on the screen so everybody can see it. Okay, go.
Okay.
No primary election.
We're going to eliminate the primary election because the primary election is the way political parties, unelected political parties, control who gets to represent us in the legislature. Now, when I talked with all the candidates last election, the majority of them would have preferred to run as independents if they could have, but the way the laws are written, not only do the taxpayers carry the bill for a party function, but it eliminates the possibility of anybody ever running as an independent and getting into office. And so we need to eliminate the primary election, if for no other reason, to make it possible for people who feel the call to serve our island to be able to run without having to kneel before unelected people and get their blessing. And as we saw with Mike St. Nicholas, remember the Democrat Party was considering decertifying him as a Democrat to take away his seat when he didn't sign the loyalty pledge. Yep. That's the reason. Then the second one is going to a part-time legislature, because for 6 years I've been trying to recruit the best and brightest of our island to stand up and serve, but they own businesses or they have careers. And when we look back at the history of Guam, some of the best law written was written during the part-time legislatures when you had people like Alan Seck, Frank Lujan. The list goes on of business leaders who gave back to their community by coming in 2 months a year and doing the people's work. And it was great work. So we need to get back to that. And we need to go to 21 senators, because right now when you have a senator that's the chair of and member of like 5 different committees, that ensures it's like jack of all trades, master of none.
Correct.
So when you have someone who's, on the governmental operations and welfare, or land and health care. These are big issues, but when you divide that up between a few people, it ensures that very little gets done on those issues.
And very little,
So
and very little
fight-
has been done on many of those major issues. 656 and change. Now, I know that you've got at least 3 other initiatives, and we'll talk about that the next time that we are on. Again, the first of the town halls is going to be Saturday where?
At Adelup parking lot.
Hey, how about
We're gonna
that?
be broadcasting live from Adelup parking lot.
All right.
And after all, if the Democrats can hold a party there, so can citizens who are doing a public education effort.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You want details, go find Ken LG's somewhere at Candid or Facebook Live or whatever. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. It's a B-Man, Dennis Larson on the line. Hey, Den, how you doing?
Half a day, Ray. How are you feeling?
You know what? Except for the fact that I have a label now that is attached to the illness, I'm fine. I'm doing great. Throat feels good. I haven't needed any medicine for aches and pains in days and days and days. So I think I might have gotten the easy version of COVID-19, and I hope everybody else gets it as easy as I got it.
Well, I flew to Hawaii, and I was so sick I didn't even know it, and tested positive the day that I got there. So they made me sit around there for a few days, and I got to fly home. Surgery canceled.
Oh, God.
So, yeah.
What a mess that is.
Money on that.
Yeah.
What a crock of beep.
Well, but the good news is you got another the 5th or 6th honeymoon with Viv.
Yeah, I get to go to Hawaii all over again on March 7th. So yeah.
Real Joe will watch. He'll watch the store for you.
Imagine this, a disease that you don't even know you have it.
Exactly. 657 and change. So who's this guy, Anthony, you want me to hook up with so I don't have to spend another $500 to get my concealed carry permit?
Anthony Kittichai, okay, and Guam Lock and Load. And I'll send you some digits. But, yeah, I've had to, believe it or not, and I had the same frustration as you as last time. I went and they were like, "Oh, Mr. Larson, you need to go get trained again." Huh? And I said, "Would you like to see my shooting resume?" And we train most people, you know what I mean? Yep. But they're like, "Nope, got it. No questions about it." So we had to go and sign up.
But where do they have the authority to put that in there? I mean, it almost feels like a tax on top of the Second Amendment because it's not free, and I don't understand the justification of the requirement. And it's not like you got to take continuing education credits to know how to safely handle a gun. A lot of that hasn't changed. Don't point it at anything you don't want to destroy, and assume that it's loaded.
Yep. Well, let me put it this way, and I'm actually a proponent for training and stay good at your craft. For me, it was a good brush up on the legalities of it. Okay, forget the fact that you carry, but if you end up actually shooting somebody or having a problem like that, there's so many ramifications and so much that happens. And these are the things that I came away from it. Obviously we went out there, and when it was time to shoot, everybody got on the line. Oh, this guy's going to shoot. We all have to watch this. But as far as just what you gain from the actual classroom experience. So call up Anthony. They're bang up guys, no pun intended. They do a great job. They're using the JTM range up there in Dadeville. And they understand. If you've gone through this before, you're just expected to sit there and check off the box.
All right, any excuse to go and shoot some rounds. See, now I got to pay for the new place. It's not like we can do it at PD for $15 now. I got to go to the new place for what's that? $25?
No, that's usually included.
Included in it. Okay. Well, I'll bug Anthony about it. I'll bug him about it. I got Damon Kaufman on the line here this morning saying I'm an NRA instructor too. Okay, who's not an NRA instructor? Apparently we've got too many of them on Guam. 888-825-5888-TALK. Dan, I got to run. I got Fox News playing. All right.
Have a great day. Hope you feel better, brother.
You know what? Here comes the news.
Needing a call from the president here to remain calm. President Volodymyr Zelensky just addressed the nation. He said there are no childish illusions and everything is not simple, but there is hope. Lisa?
Thanks, Simon. Well, more than 8,000 U.S. troops remain on heightened alert, but not deployed.
What would lead to that is what's going to happen, what Putin does or doesn't do. And I may be moving some of those troops in the nearer term. just because it takes time.
President Biden says the U.S. wants to reassure allies, but has no intention of putting forces in Ukraine. Iowa's ban on mask mandates in schools gets a green light on appeal.
The 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals is allowing Iowa to enforce a law that Republican Governor Kim Reynolds signed last May that prevents local schools from imposing mask mandates, ruling that a previous federal judge's decision that blocked the law was too broad, though the appeals court also sided with some parents and disability rights groups that their lawsuit in favor of forced masking can proceed in district court.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. In New York, a ruling expected today or tomorrow after the state health department appealed a ruling that the governor's school mask rule overstepped the health department's authority. America is listening to Fox News.
Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478-AUTO.
Several parties held during lockdowns in Britain over the past 2 years are now under investigation for possibly breaking COVID regulations, including at the Prime Minister's official residence, 10 Downing Street. London Metropolitan Police Commissioner Cressida Dick.
I should stress that the fact that we are now investigating does not, of course, mean that fixed penalty notices will necessarily be issued in every instance and to every person involved.
Johnson was already facing calls to resign. He has publicly apologized but denies any intentional rule breaking. Elton John fans in Dallas will have to wait a bit longer.
Elton John has postponed 2 shows in Dallas after the singer tested positive for COVID-19. The news comes just as the icon restarted his already COVID-delayed Farewell Yellow Brick Road tour January 19th in New Orleans. The 2 concerts set for this week at the American Airlines Center will be rescheduled. A statement on the arena's website said that John was vaccinated and is experiencing only mild symptoms. John's website lists his next stop as Little Rock, Arkansas, January 29th. There is no word yet on whether that is still on. The setbacks are the latest for the tour, which began in 2018, but once the pandemic hit, John began postponing dates. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
An NFL coach facing an uncertain future steps down.
Sean Payton has informed the New Orleans Saints and members of his coaching staff that he is retiring as head coach after 16 years in the role. Payton, the second longest tenured NFL head coach behind Bill Belichick of the New England Patriots, going 152-89 during his time at the helm of the Saints, guiding New Orleans to their lone Super Bowl victory back in 2010. He was suspended for the entire 2012 season, punishment for the Bounty Gate scandal, rewarding Saints players for deliberately trying to knock opposing players out of the game with injuries.
Fox's Matt Napolitano. Another wild day on Wall Street, but the Dow down 67 points at the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Half a day. This is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Another couple of deaths reported related to COVID-19 in this morning's JIC report, and there are 34 people in the hospital, with 3 in intensive care, 1 on a ventilator. From the testing, though, yesterday, there were an additional 759 new cases reported out of 2,926 people who were tested. 156 of those new COVID cases were from the Department of Defense. Meanwhile, the free COVID testing continues at the Tees and Carnival grounds. However, it's fully booked today and tomorrow. There are some slots available for Friday as well as Saturday. The JIC report does remind people that they do have some availabilities for people who have symptoms who are not scheduled for a test, but it is a limited number. The Department of Education disclosing 28 new cases identified to be students and teachers, 24 students and 4 teachers. Public schools aren't being interrupted, though, due to the positive cases. Meanwhile, Catholic schools, they are remaining on their remote learning schedule until February 3rd. And a number of mall restaurants have decided to close temporarily with the challenges faced with employees testing positive with COVID-19. The Guam Daily Post lists the restaurants, saying many have closed its dining services. That includes Mac's Restaurant and Jollibee. Takoyaki and Potato Cloud have also decided to close for the time being. The Guam Daily Post does have the full listing. It also reports that Jollibee is offering curbside and good-to-go delivery. Also reported yesterday, Olive Garden and Ruby Tuesdays also have done the same. Even government offices are deciding to close temporarily or modifying their services. The Department of Integrated Services will be closed, expected to reopen on January 31st, while the Office of Veterans Affairs, they are doing services by appointment only. Well, more news right after this.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Half a Day Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Half a Day Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
The Guam Police Department hasn't located the family yet of a man whose body was found at a Jigo Ranch on Sunday. GPD not able to confirm the victim's identity until they have determined found the next of kin. They've also not released any further details on the investigation other than it is a death investigation and the man's injuries were consistent with foul play. A 45-year-old man accused of inappropriately touching an 11-year-old has denied charges against him in the Superior Court. David Nicholas, charged with second-degree criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony, pleaded not guilty and waived his right to a speedy trial. And she admitted to assaulting a DYA client and apologized for her action, at least in an interview with the Guam Daily Post. But in court, she's pleaded not guilty to the charges of assault and official misconduct. Former DYA officer Cleo Noni Lamb appeared in court yesterday, pleaded not guilty to assault by a peace officer as a third-degree felony and official misconduct as a misdemeanor. She also waived her right to a speedy trial. Lamb, you might recall, was accused of punching a 12-year-old girl who said that after saying that the child was being disrespectful. An activist group, Pertehi Letetsen, has filed a suit against the U.S. Department of Air Force and the Secretary of the Air Force, as well as the Department of Defense and Secretary of Defense. The group, being represented by Earth Justice, has alleged that the Air Force violated federal law by failing to evaluate the cultural and environmental impacts from open burning and open detonation of hazardous waste munitions at Cheragi Beach. They've also challenged the U.S. Air Force's failure to comply with the National Environmental Protection Agency Act. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather and his fire blower.
7-Eleven in the morning. Yeah. We were talking about this as one of my favorite attachments, one of my favorite gizmos, and it is a flame throwing attachment for the butane canisters that you can find virtually everywhere on Guam. So here I am. I'm bragging about this, low key bragging about how cool the technology is here, and you make the thing go, and you can hear it coming out, and you press a button, and there's whoosh and flame and all of that stuff. My cousin Troy says only the ice people use that. Apparently, sometimes you really got to get a good fire going into that bowl with the ice in it, and the pipe. Yeah, so
bust the pipe.
This is apparently one of those pieces of technology. I try to use mine only for illicit purposes, if you will. 7-Eleven in the morning. Here it comes. The weather: mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs today: 86 degrees. East-northeast winds up to 17 miles an hour, gusting as high as 23 tonight. Partly cloudy. Overnight low 74. More east-northeast winds up to about 16 miles an hour, gusting as high as 20. There's mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow, back to partly cloudy tomorrow evening. So we're in that kind of zone. I tell you what, let me get the picture of the zone that we are in, so you get kind of a frame of reference of what's going on. We are in the clear here, guys. There's not a whole lot going on in the Marianas Hood, so I think we're in for some great weather today. Watch out for the increased winds and that kind of thing. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:18. Did the sun come up on the eastern side of the island? Absolutely. I'm sorry. I want to get the picture of sunrise from Pirates Cove up on the screen, but Sarah Lake sent me this, and I'm sorry, I feel compelled to put this up on the screen. Fun fact: polar bears yell while they poop. You're welcome. This is just a little piece of trivia to get your
Thank you,
Hey, no problem. I know some people, depending on what they had for dinner last night, maybe they're yelling too. All right, sunrise over on the eastern side of the island. Pictures coming in from Pirates Cove and Jeff over on that side. Absolutely gorgeous colors from sunrise this morning, and a good reason to start thinking about. It's not Taco Tuesday anymore. It's Whiskey Wednesday, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. As the sign says, it's like Taco Tuesday, except for badasses. It's 7:13 news and weather together here on The Point.
Did you know that 1 in 50 employees open a phishing email every day? Introducing Lookout, the leading mobile security solution that fully protects your company from all mobile threats. Get Lookout Mobile Security for free with any Docomo Pacific Business Unlimited mobile plan. Some conditions may apply. Learn more at business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs. I see at 7:14, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Subway, the Subway with their Eat Fresh Refresh. They're rolling out the protein-packed Footlong Pros. Ooh, Footlong Pro. Let me just dress this up here, because let's take that footlong that you've already got. I got the BMT. I'll get that. Is absolutely loaded with everything, and I can take it pro. They'll double the amount of protein on my footlong. Now, I've had this once with these guys, and it took me 2 days to finish the sandwich. That good, and that filling. Double meat for twice the protein at Subway. Eat fresh.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point.
Yeah.
Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
7:15 in the morning on the screen right now. I got to go fast. For a couple of reasons, but one of them is there's just so much to talk about. On screen right now, that's Sarita's boy, Chancey, and Chancey helped out with a workout the other night. And so his dinner, he wanted, he worked out with Mom last night, so he's like famished this morning.
Yeah.
So Mom cooks him. He requested steak and broccoli for lunch at school today. Not any ordinary steak. That's a ribeye.
Yeah, $100 steak right there.
That's it, Brett. That's it. It's your mom loves you. She's getting that for you.
Where's the rice?
There's no rice. I don't see any rice.
You know
in
that
it.
middle space? That's for the hot pepper. How come she didn't give him the hot pepper?
And or cooked garlic. One or the other. I mean, if you're gonna give him ribeye, where's the garlic, Mom?
Totitas?
Hi, Dave.
Come on,
So
the
we
kid
got
needs carbs.
I see the fruit course over here. Looks like a little bit of watermelon. There's broccoli with some butter on it. And this what is this? What's the drink here? That's Umol.
It's a probiotic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yogurt drink.
That will
good
keep
for your
that will
stomach.
keep you're good for your stomach. Keep COVID away and all because he's too young to smoke. So
Oh, yeah.
No.
and
I was
ribeye
smoking at that
ribeye
age.
steak for you know what. If it was me, I'd already be thinking about who I know at school that I can trade with. Right? Hey, you want ribeye? got ribeye? Hey, okay, I'll give you ribeye. You do my homework for a week. Right?
Yes.
It really looks delicious.
Good job, Sarita. 7:16 in the morning. Well, that's her little man. That's her little man. That's her Valentine right there. That's what we're talking about a little bit earlier in the program because there was nothing else to talk about. While I'm thinking about it, let me just take a quick look and see who's playing around on the Facebook side. Heather Paris, Big Sister Shelley's online. I got Zoe D's on, Eric Raker, Bratwood, and somebody, Colin Clark, saying somebody in society, higher in society, said so, which is why I now have to spend more money and get myself recertified before I can get my my concealed carry permit. I got pretty Lauren Michelle Hay online, Mike Grace Blott, Mask, Matthew Galendez, Teresa Mesa, Tessa Nuke is online here this morning. Jay Anatok saying good morning to everybody on Guam. Peter Richard Scroll. Peter Richard Scroll.
Good morning.
Hey, let's go build a hospital, bro. What do you think? Out in Fadian.
Find a spot.
On condemned military land. You want to? We ought to have that conversation, Brad. Susan Topajna Bajkusa online. Anthony Bennett, Duenas, Vivian Castro, Leon. Lena McDaniel says, I won't be one of those. Last time I had a Valentine's in 2019. Am I missing anything? Oh, yeah. They got all kinds of new stuff for Valentine's in 2022, 23. You got Matt, you could do twinning, a different kind of twinning. And instead of, wearing the same outfit, it's the same outfit, including identical matching masks.
Aww.
That's the new way of showing that you love somebody is to twin them on masks. Al Moser is online. Deanna Tenorio, John Santos, Marcia Quintanilla Wong. I see Stephen Serban and Mercy Wenzel online. Ben Martinez, Ron Castro. Hey, that's our favorite artist there is online. Bill Fritton, Gifty Boteng, watching the program here today. Echudes Reson. And Susan Topajna, I already said Bajkusa. I just like saying that name. Roger Arroyo is watching. So is Joanne Billaby. Billaby. Agja is there. Cameron Mendiola, Doris and Nicholas, John LaRue. There's Josie Cruz checking in, and somebody asking, why are we stopping at 9? And Mark Cruz says, Ray is nursing a sore throat. Which is what I told Mark at 5:05 when he was at 6:05 when he says, "Why are we ending the program early?" It's because I got a sore throat for the last couple of days, and what I'd like to be able to do is to preserve it as much as possible, so that when it when I go back to 4 hours, I'm not huffing and puffing. For the most part, I think it's gone. We should be able to get 4 hours in this morning. Let me see. Mark Anthony is there. J.R. Rebinal, Margaret Estacchio, Benny Pinala. No, I'm sorry, Benny Polino, Josh, Desiree Lasonco, Cecilia Menebusa, Alexa Marie, Damon Kaufman. Just wait till the governor's Gestapo will come and get you for not hiding at home. Sorry, Damon, it's just not in my way, Brett. And wait a second. Governor can't come and get me. Governor's out of town.
Yes, she is. She's
where'd she
meeting
go?
with Region 9, and she's going to be in, looks like, D.C.
For what? What are we doing?
She's meeting with the National Governors Association, and she's going to testify before the U.S. Senate for something.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what.
Was it, are they going to go to the UN and crap on the United States?
No, UN.
Oh, we're going to send Josh for that, right?
She's going to go to California. Well, she's in California meeting with Region 9, then plans on going to D.C.
Gotcha. Pete Guerrero, Tony Rodriguez is hanging out. I see Dona Mila Martinez, Kevin Kanata, Ellen Leon Guerrero, Guam. Lock and Load is awesome. Check them out. Okay. Got it. Renee Benny, Greg Baz Knight is there. Bob and Connie Bartonico. Seniors. Actually, wait a second. Grand Master this year, right, Bob? Sherry Iriarte, Jesse Lujan, that's soon-to-be Senator of the 37th Guam Legislature, because he did pick up his paperwork, correct? Got it. Joe Takai is there. William John Shadowin is watching. William, thanks so much for sending me this. He sent me a bit. I might play it a little bit later on, and it has to do with a thing called flip-flops. Right, they're Anthony Fauci flip-flops out of Florida. Kenny Williams is there. Gus Anthony Zasangas, Jose Martinez, and Sylvia Barbie. Golly, it's just a huge crowd this morning. Post Canteen online. And just a reminder that we've got the deal. What is it?
Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts.
Whoop,
Thanks.
whoop.
Yeah, that's coming up Friday, 7:00. Almost $1,000 worth of money in the pot. Who's on the one?
Mr. Letty.
Oh, Phil Lenny's on the line.
Tight, yeah. So
okay, got it. 7:21 in the morning. Action packed, man. That's the name of the deal. Actually, a couple of things going on, and I've got Jerry Robertson, the extra point, coming up in a second. So I want to make sure I can get as much of this out as possible. First of all, congratulations on being picked to be the guy that will lead the Action Pack committee here for voters in 2022.
Thank you, Ray and Point Familia. Thank you very much.
It's good to know that now. And here's the thing: is you don't strike me as having kind of a whole lot of a political kind of, it's the word I'm looking for, kiss-assery around you. And you and I have together been through a number of issues that were facing the community, facing the business community in particular, that could have been resolved maybe a little bit better or at all with some assistance from the guys over at the 36th Guam Legislature. I'm sure that you are sharing some of the same disappointment that I have about how in very few cases they bothered lifting a finger to take care of the business community.
Absolutely, and I think that's what surprised me when I was initially being vetted by the Action Pack group and all their constituents. But they made it very clear that that they didn't want someone that would just kind of fit a mold, and they just wanted someone that had a voice for real issues and has community involvement. So I said, let's do it.
Well, community involvement. Phil and I were actually attending services together over at I'm going to get it wrong again, the Calvary Baptist
Chapel.
Calvary Chapel. And one of the reasons why it was so inviting to me was because these were people that were actually standing up and finding ways to worship, even though they were basically told by unelected powers that be not to. And I thought, you know what, these are the people that I need to support. So I was there. And as I said, there were a whole lot of other people that should have come to your rescue, certainly from the legislature. So there was an Action Pack committee before, and they identified a bunch of people that they thought would be good for business, good for the community in general. And I don't know that it panned out that way. So one of the first things I'd like you to do is come up with a report card and hold last election's nominees accountable.
Absolutely. You know, I caught that earlier in the show, and I love that idea. I have an 8 o'clock at the chamber with the Action Pack.
Don't ask them; they'll say no. Don't ask them; just do it.
Well, that's the beautiful part, man. I mean, if you're gonna enable me to lead the charge, I got to lead the charge from the front. So I'm definitely gonna push for it and make it happen, because You're right. There's no use for us to just have pillow talk about what we dream about and aspire. We got to hold people's feet to the fire. That's what I want to do.
7:24. I know you're swamped today, but I wanted to offer you congratulations for that and set the stage for maybe an in-studio next week after I'm done with COVID.
Yeah. Let's make it happen. And then also, you know, I do want to within studio we can touch base on the status of that COVID program. Surprisingly enough, public health they did reach out, kind of just for a preliminary conversation. So we'll see where that takes us.
All right. Well, if you missed the conversation a couple of weeks ago, Dave is working with an outfit in the States. Originally wanted to put together kind of a testing protocol for businesses. It would have been absolutely free, and David would have somebody come by. We do a whole bunch of tests for the employees, and then you send the test back, and you're basically handling the program on behalf of the businesses for absolutely nothing. Well, we run into a situation today, effective today, where we are rationing tests, etc., and some treatments around the island. And now this outfit that you're working with may be in a position to help shore things up on the other side.
That's what we're hoping for, and it's pretty neat because one of the viewers that you shouted out, Gus Justangas, he's actually based out of Vegas, and he's the gentleman that reached out to me via LinkedIn, and he's like, we got to get you on board. We want you to be the constituent to represent and to handle this on Guam. So Gus, I see you always checking in on us, and thank you so much for your support.
I was wondering where that where the connections were. 725, and now I know it's with Justangas. 725. Listen, Phil, we'll get together real soon. Don't get too far away from the radio or phone, so Real Joe can reach out and set something up for next week.
Absolutely, and then I'm going to invite you guys. We're having we have a creative collab, a whole different entity that I'm starting. It's a drink tank, think tank, and let's make it happen.
Drink tank, think tank. Okay, I'm down for at least part of that. 7:26 in the morning. Phil, you have an outrageous day. 888-8255-888-TALK. 7:26, and Jerry Roberts is in the studio with today's Extra Point. Being brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services. Are you holding your breath? Do you want a mask? Mana's got masks. Got plenty of masks. You okay? Yeah. And now with today's Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank. Here's Jerry Roberts.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how funny would you say your boss is? Well, this serves two purposes. It's the intro to the bit, and I'm actually talking to Joe. So
yeah, Joe.
You want to think about that for a little bit? Probably. Is being a leader with a ripe sense of humor a good thing? Have you ever worked for a boss who had the gift of humor? Have you ever worked for any who were totally clueless about humor? We'll dig into the issue of managers and being funny next on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
Abraham Lincoln was giving a speech when he was interrupted. "You're two-faced," yelled a heckler from the crowd. Lincoln responded, "If I had 2 faces, do you really think I'd choose to wear this one?" Thank you. Just hanging around. A fellow named Casey Stengel managed the New York Yankees to 7 World Series wins in 12 years, and he once said, "The key to being a good manager is keeping the people who hate me away from those who are still undecided." Yankees players always said they loved playing for Casey Stengel. Harvard Business School has done studies on how workers feel about leaders who keep their organizations loose with their sense of humor. The research indicates leaders who can use humor to their advantage are perceived as 27% more admired and more motivating than leaders who can't. In my career, I've encountered a few bosses who had the ability to tell a joke. It's a bit of an art form, and some did it pretty well. I also had a few managers who thought they were comedic geniuses, and it was painful to be there when they were trying to be funny. I've also been a part of organizations where the leader was somewhat clumsy, tripped over words, and was often unintentionally funny. Humor has worked its way into qualifications now for leadership positions. A survey of over 700 CEOs revealed that 98% of them prefer job applicants with a sense of humor, and 84% think that somebody with a sense of humor does better work. So why don't more managers use humor as part of their communication style? Well, number one, they spent the early days of their working life toiling for someone who was super serious. In fact, they might have spread the opinion that people who use jokes and similar antics in the workplace weren't really, quote-unquote, career-minded. and we're unlikely to get very far. Well, that'll put a damper on it. Number 2, maybe they made an effort to use humor and ended up receiving what is known as the courtesy laugh. This is when a joke falls flat or falls apart and the listener realizes they have to give some kind of reaction, and it comes out sounding a bit phony. Oh, boss, you're so funny. You got one for me, Joe? Yeah, that's a good one, too. The listener is embarrassed and unsure if they did the right thing. The boss is embarrassed and realizes they got the laugh only because they're the boss. They vow, I'm never going to do that again. These are 2 primary reasons that so many leaders steer clear of humor. The question is, how can we turn the situation around and make fun a positive tool for the boss? We'll get into that tomorrow. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good and funny, maybe, happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
Well, I suppose I like a little levity in the office from time to, certainly in this program here, but I like it, and maybe more so in radio stations. You and I have been really, really lucky in our careers because we've worked with some genuinely funny people.
Yeah.
And just, when in the business and in the game, you're just walking around, you just get that feel like you're winning in the hallways because everybody is smiling and everybody is laughing. And that's not a bad thing. I got to say, funniest boss I ever had was probably Jeff Evans. And in all the years that he and I were working together, it was a riot every single day. 7:32 in the morning. That's Jerry Roberts and today's Extra Point. Now we got to find out what's going on in the world of news and headlines. This one here being brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kamet. She's with Hoffa a Day Realty for all of your real estate needs. You can count on her. Give her a call, 688-6743, and ask her to find you that $380,000 single-family dwelling that Cisco Tapea is talking about in the newspaper here today. Also being brought to you by Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, and the guys over at BK with their Italian original chicken sandwich. They've still got a few, but only going to be around for a limited time. I wonder what's going to be coming up next with these guys over at BK. I got some inside intel. I'll see what I can get for you. And 7:30 News also brought to you by Top End Pest Control for all of your pest control needs. 487-565 Ken. Wait, hold on. My brain is going faster than my mouth can talk. Here, it's 487-5657. Ask for Ken or Karen. Now, with the news, here's Montecillo Tyrant.
There's 759 new cases of COVID out of 2,926 people tested. 156 of those cases came from the Department of Defense, according to the JIC report this morning. Meanwhile, there were 2 additional deaths recorded in this morning's JIC and 34 people in the hospital with COVID-19. Also, the free COVID testing at Teads continues. It is fully booked today and tomorrow, but you might be able to get some appointments on Friday afternoon as well as Saturday. There are some slots available for unscheduled drive-up patients, those with COVID-19 symptoms, however. As of this morning, there were a few slots left for Friday, and Saturday is open for appointments. And the Guam Daily Post also has a list of those restaurants that have announced their closures. A bunch of them from the Micronesia Mall have decided to close for the time being. Max Restaurant and Jollibee, however, offering curbside service. You can see the Guam Daily Post for that. As well, investigators from the Guam Police Department have yet to locate the family of a man whose body was found at a Jigo Ranch on Sunday morning. GPD not able to confirm the victim's identity until the next of kin is found. They did say that they suspect foul play in the man's death. And there were a couple of packets that were picked up from the Guam Election Commission. Some names that you might recognize: Dave Duenas picking up a packet for senator as a Democrat candidate, and Fred Berdalio also picking up a packet for Democrat senator in the Guam legislature. Chris Barnett picking up a packet for the governor, lieutenant governor race, as well as for the senatorial race. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
He did that last time. So did I. But I was going to run, but I didn't like to do the paperwork. It's one of those things. Can we just make things easy for me? There needs to be the Ray Gibson rule. We're just going to find the laziest guy in Guam and then drop all of the specifications. So the laziest guy in Guam, i.e. me, should be able to get in there and participate. Don't you agree?
No.
No. No. Okay, fine. Fine then. 7:35 in the morning. Got to take care of a shout here. We were talking about restaurants that have had to make modifications to their schedules. I just got word here. They've just reopened Ruby Tuesday yesterday for full service. They were closed for 7 days because of a lack of staff. No doubt, everybody has gotten the COVID and they cannot get back to work. 7:35 in the morning. Although kind of an interesting concept here. How many COVID-19 positive cases did you say we have today?
759.
We have to make that 760. Because mine. What do I do now? Should I tell somebody? Do I call Janella and
Should you tell somebody?
I don't know. No, I should not.
I'm going to call Polly, Ray.
I'm sorry.
Call the Polly.
She's looking at me. I can tell. I don't need to see her mouth. She's making that very serious face. 7:36 in the morning. No, you know me. I can't miss the opportunity. Can you call Janella and let her know?
I can.
I appreciate that. And see if there's something I'm supposed to do.
Well, they might show up and take you away, Ray.
Be fine. Come and get me.
Let me open the door.
If you like. 7:36 in the morning. More of the Ray Gibson Show coming up after these. Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Did you know that 1 in 50 employees open a phishing email every day? Introducing Lookout, the leading mobile security solution that fully protects your company from all mobile threats. Get Lookout Mobile Security for free with any Docomo Pacific Business Unlimited mobile plan. Some conditions may apply. Learn more at business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
It's time to take another look at traffic here. We call it Right Now Traffic because we can see right now where the congestion is. It's crowdsourcing. We know where all the phones are, and our phones in the cars right now are all masked up around the intersection of 1 and 3. Once you get onto Marine Corps Drive, should be okay. Just intersection traffic through most of the Upper Tumon and into Tumuning area. And we got Route 8. Route 8. Look at that, man. Look at that right now. We got the traffic at the intersection, 8, 10, and 16. Then we got the traffic over at the Golden Dragon restaurant place, and then you've got a little bit more getting into the car line over at Harvest, and then we've got the dogging out traffic over at Benson, and where's the Payless? There's somebody on social media that just now complaining about the parking over it. It was Baggy, right? That was Baggy's post. Baggaforo in his social media post says, "Payless Mighty, your parking sucks." I'm like, you just now getting that, bro? In the squad car, the little car didn't make any difference, but now POV, right? All right, so we got a little bit of traffic through there. Downtown Agutnia area, nothing major that's going to slow you down right now. Navy Base Guam is running busy over at the intersection of 1 and 2, and obviously in the Big Navy is going to get crazy for a little bit this morning. 7:38, that's Right Now Traffic on the point.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Burger King says thank you to our drive-thru guests with a very special offer. Every Monday in January, visit our drive-thru locations in Tumon or Hagutnia. Every 10th car will receive a free fire-grilled Whopper coupon with your order. This is the King's way of saying thanks to you, our valued guests. Check out our drive-thru service 6:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK your way, Tumon Bay, Hagutnia, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. 20 minutes. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Yes, please wear your mask when you're going through the drive-through here. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Nissan, the Nissan Ninja sale. Yeah, that's the cool thing about Ninjas. They've always got their mask on, right? Go over by Nissan and talk to them about maybe getting yourself a brand new used car. The Nissan Ninja is back slashing used car prices up to 40%. That could translate to like $14,000 off the sticker price in their used car inventory. They're going to go fast. There's a lot of demand for used cars in this town, and Nissan has got a lot full of them. Visit NissanGuam.com for details. It's going to be 8 o'clock in the morning. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts here. And might be wondering, okay, Gibson, impress me. What do you got coming up? What's in your head right now that's going to absolutely wow and amaze us? Oh, man, I can't take that kind of pressure. What is this? Come on, I got COVID, dude. It's National Plan for Vacation Day. What's that?
Yeah.
What is that? Vacation?
Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that, Ray.
According to the U.S. Travel Association, Americans who spent the time to plan vacations last year were more likely to take advantage of their paid time off allocations. That's why today is National Plan for Vacation Day.
Wait, did you say paid time off?
Yeah, there's some. Well, you earn in many shops the benefit of a vacation to encourage Americans to plan their time off in 2022. Now, I got this from Expedia. So, it's an email I got from Expedia. They've got some skin in the game. But vacation? Anybody? We just came back from the holidays. Christmas and Thanksgiving holiday, and I know lots and lots of people that got on airplanes and came back. Now, I'm going to make a point here, and I think enough time has passed since I was around a couple of people that were having this conversation. We've reached, in terms of travel conversations, a new level of annoying conversations. It used to be when, you had to sit and listen to people talk about how great, hey, went on a great vacation. It was wonderful. We were in the Maldives. It was really, really terrific going out there, white sandy beaches and bungalows and all of this other stuff. And you're sitting there going, yeah, I didn't have a chance to go on that vacation with you. So tell me more. Tell me, captivate me with your stories, regale me with your stories of being at the Niagara Falls and all of this stuff. But there's a new level of annoying that goes into this conversation. Not so much for people, I think, that are having it, but for people that have to listen to it, is now everybody has come back from traveling somewhere, and 90% of the conversation has everything to do not with where they went, the things that they did, the attractions that they saw. You know what it is? It's them talking about all of the COVID that the rules and regulations that they had to fly around, and all of the different ways. You go from one airport to another, and the rules and regulations are different. You go from one country to another, and the rules and regulations for quarantine and why they let you in, and how many hours between test A and test B, and all of that stuff is in there. And it's amazing how much of a conversation that will occupy. And if you didn't get to go on that trip, you just go, this is poison. It's like sewing needles in my ears. Knock it off, would you? 7:43 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Do you want to go on a trip? Is there some place where you'd like to go? So, and now we've had a conversation, obviously, about this before, right? If we could get on an airplane, I don't want to fly for a long time. I don't want to spend a lot of time in airports. I want to be able to get on the airplane here, Philippine Airlines. I want to be at Ninoy in about 3.5 hours. I want to be in Bonifacio Global City about 20 minutes after that, and I want to be checking in about 5 minutes after that in my favorite Airbnb. Now, here's the problem. I don't think any of the stuff that I did 2 years ago exist anymore.
Yeah, even the people.
Everything has changed.
All the people are gone.
They have replaced all of the cool people in the Philippines have been replaced by clones. is what's happening. And they're all wearing masks, and all the fun places that I want to go and hang out are probably not there anymore. Everybody's gone back to the province until this is all over. 7:44. Dave Del Sola, you were traveling. Did you get some traveling in?
I traveled November.
That's like a trip, yeah. Was it business or pleasure?
Both.
Nice.
I took care of some meetings with USDOL and had some very good meetings. And I also picked up my mom and brought her here so that she can spend the Christmas and Thanksgiving and like 6 months with me.
Oh, that's why you're the favorite son, right?
Right now I am.
Right now, right at this moment, you're the favorite son. That's funny. 7:45 in the morning. I tell you what, I don't know how you're going to do it, but I think there's going to be a lot more employers that need help, and there's certainly a number of employees that need help as well. You know, just chatting with some guys in the restaurant game and talking about the pressures that these guys are under, and the employees that work for them, who through no fault of their own, everybody trying to follow the rules, but they still got COVID and can't go to work. Not everybody has got access to sick leave or vacation or any of that stuff. Any conversation, any plans about trying to help people that might be suffering from COVID-19 who cannot go to work to be able to make up what they lost?
Well, everybody's having challenges. Even me and my department, we have a lot of people that are out and juggling around. But before the gov left, we've always been meeting periodically, sitting down, exploring options and ideas. So, this is something right now that, we'll continue to watch and see if hopefully this Omicron, as quickly as it hit, dissipates and we can get back to a quicker recovery. So, this is something that we're monitoring and waiting and seeing what's going to happen. It's a little too early for me to say anything right now because, it comes from input from many different places to the governor. And she's always been flexible as far as what she believes needs to be done with, the current environment. So it has been talked about, and, it is something that we will continue to monitor. But, hey, did you see the article today about the H2s?
I was looking at it. It looks like it's laying a foundation for a major press release coming down the road, and maybe even a slow motion video with drone effects and things like that. And now, we're doing this. We're talking to everybody in Washington D.C. and so we're this close to getting what we need to be able to get the required number, a correct number, more correct number of H2 labor here on Guam, so that I can finally get my retaining wall done.
Yeah, well, I think I hope so, because I would love to be in a slow-mo video. It's been a while.
No, it'd be a nice slow-mo video. I can already see it now. It will be one of those things where it's you and Josh and Lou walking down the hallway in slow motion. You know that shot that a lot of guys use. Maybe some French horns.
I can walk over to the section of my house and have a nice, renovation being completed.
Oh my! What? No. Well, here's the okay. I'll joke with you about it because it's in my mind. It's funny. But yeah, we're gonna get the H2 guys in here, and all of a sudden I'll have all the labor I need to take care of. The retaining wall I want in the front, the nice fence I want in. Retaining wall in the back, nice fence in the front. I want to be able to put something like that up, but I'll be able to get the labor, but I won't be able to afford the parts and the materials. Oh my God! Price of concrete, cinder block, wood. Everything has gone through the roof.
Yeah, and that's happening worldwide. But at least baby steps. We need to figure out one problem at a time. The prices and things will go down as you well know once COVID is getting back into control and things start shipping normal and everything starts moving like. Before COVID, right. Those prices will level off.
I hope you're right,
Dave. Labor, that will always be a little bit challenging, and we've been working at this. The governor's been going to D.C. meeting with the USCIS and Department of Homeland Security. They've reached out to us, which was the first time in the history, 20 years that I've been working in the government, that they actually reached out to us and started a dialogue on something on, especially the adversely affected by, that's a totally new criteria, and even they are trying to figure out how can we provide accurate guidance so that contractors here on Guam can take advantage of that criteria. And that was something that we were in several talks with, came up with some good ideas that gets us more involved in the process. They seem to like it a lot and are moving that forward. So, we're keeping our fingers crossed that this may be an avenue for those civilian projects that aren't connected to the military at all, that just adversely affected, which we all know you can't find a contractor here on Guam that isn't working on a military project practically. And they've sucked dry all those contractors to their projects, and there's nothing available for locals. So that's the criteria that we're going to zero in on.
When are we going to bring in more Mexicans? Did that was that a non-starter?
That didn't work out as well as I think that we wanted to. There still was a little bit of I think they went all back. And from the story that I heard that, it didn't work. The Filipino community is so acclimated to Guam, such a part of our culture that they melt right in. They work well. Yeah. They eat well, and they enjoy the salaries that they get. And they work really hard, and it just works out really well. And we're lucky that in that respect that we have the Philippines right next door to us. But we continue to diversify and try to ask people to bring in and look for other areas to bring in H2s just for in case anything goes wrong with approving H2s from the
somebody at Homeland Security or DOJ decides that they don't like the plan. I went to Guam once. I didn't like it, so screw them. 7:51 in the morning. Dave Del Solo on the line. And last thing before I let you go, when is the deadline for Real Joe to sign up for that bus driver class? Did you? Was it me or did everybody see this? We got what's his name? What's his name? Is already taking heat. He's been the boss over at the Guam Regional Mass Transit Authority. He's been the boss there for like 2 weeks, and he's already got people trying to bang on the door over at Adelup to meet the governor because they don't like the way he's running the bus system. But you're going to you're going to train some new bus drivers, right?
Yes, and we're even looking at the possibility of putting in additional help because we are having challenges getting applicants with the chauffeur's license. Yeah. And we were hoping that we would be able to, fill a whole cohort. We have a handful of people that have signed up that I think, if I heard up. So what we're going to try to do is try to set up like a pre-boot camp or a pre-class so that people can go in, test. The chauffeur's license is just a test. Right. There's no driving involved or anything like that. So we're going to try to put together, I think with UOG, a testing day so that we can try to get a pre-cohort into the test. And if they pass, then we can take that cohort and put them into the regular thing for the bus drivers. Teach you how to do all of that stuff. I think it's a great idea personally. And I think that chauffeur's license thing, I think that pre-boot camp, you really ought to spend a little bit of time, dress that thing up, because I think if you gave people an opportunity to upgrade their driver's license to be able to get that chauffeur's license, it ain't just buses that these guys can drive around. There's certain other vehicles on Guam for which a chauffeur's license is required. And this could, for a lot of guys, allow them to maybe qualify for additional responsibilities at the job that they have. So I'd spend some time with Reverend Tax and GCC to put something like that together and get as many people their chauffeur's license as possible. And that's what we're realizing. This is something that we put together, we check, put it out to the public, and we adjust on the fly. So we are looking at adjusting this program so that we can get more people involved. Because the whole point was, I wanted to get two cohorts, one for Public Works and one for Guam Mass Transit. And we're trying to get this up and going. And, we want to make it open to as much of the public as possible and not limit it So we want to be more inclusive. So yes, that's what we're looking at now is can we put together a quick test period for some of the people that are interested but don't have the C license. We'll put together a quick class and
Dude, Real Joe, you should sign up for that
and let them test.
Right away, sir.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's because that's what I'm going to need one of these days. I'm going to need somebody to not just produce the show, but pick me up in the morning and drive me to work, right? And you can be the chauffeur.
COVID is all done. I can be picked up by him, come up to your station, do a nice interview, and he can drive me back.
Exactly. No. See, this is a parallel thing, and that's why Dave and I get along so well. 7:55. Listen, I'm going to let you go back. Hug and a kiss to Mom, all right?
I will. Thanks.
All right, Brett.
You have a nice one. Feel better, okay?
I feel great. I feel this is COVID-19. I've been right all along. Okay. All right, bro. I'll talk to you later. 7:55 in the morning. 888-825-888-TALK. However, there's Joe McDonald online here this morning. Jose Martinez says, Mom never made me steak when she forced me to watch Richard Simmons with her. You know, I hear you, Brad. I hear you. Harold Seguenza, Buenos Zen Hafade. Who else is there? Who's giving Mana a hard time? Is Mana, if you've asked why do you need a mask? Mana's answer is because I want to. Is the answer? Don't push her. She's too close to the edge. Harold Seguenza, Mike Grace Blas, Marie Babauta Balvin is watching the program. Johnny, Marianne Tyrant, St. Nicholas, half a day to you.
That's the real Marianne.
That's the real Marianne Tyrant? Gotcha. Francis Duffy online, the mom of the program again. Pam Duvall is hanging out. Sabine Chargoloff, Ismail. No law against open carry. Let's go Texas style. What do they call it? Constitutional carry. Right? That ought to be the thing. Constitutional carry and open carry. Just the assumption is if you are a United States citizen, you don't need any other permit. Where's your permit? It's the Second Amendment is the deal. Let me see. I got Eric Raker, Sherry Iriarte, EOD, Kaboom is there. Juan Mofnas, Brian Kitsutu, Rochelle Merrill, Tattoo Shauna's online. There's Nick Perez and Pat Saho. Pepe Joe Alleg. Pepe Joe. Thanks very much for being a part of the program here today. Living in the Pacific is online. Richard Leon, half a day to you and Debbie Hartzler, Judy Shockley. Lena McDaniel was asking what she's missing in the new Valentine's, and I said it's matching masks, his and her COVID-19. She says, so stale. Who wants matchy masks? I'll just be my own Valentine, make my own dinner, and pour my own drink. Let me see. John Onadera, Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola, Ike Sablon, Jessa May Borja, Chech Chrysostomo. There's Ron's Diner. Vivian Valdez watching the program. CJ Shazdev. Norma Hagen. Buenos and half a day to Ron Fej, who says, great idea. Bring back more H2s. We need more $600,000 three-bedroom homes built for individuals that can't afford them. End up working like that, right? George Castro is online. Sarita Garin says, I have a chauffeur license. Can I apply? She cooks and she's got a chauffeur's license.
Bus driver.
Real Joe. Yes. Never mind. You don't need to get yours anymore. Now, if I'm gonna have a chauffeur, Sarita Garin, chauffeur's hat.
I'm a hot chauffeur too.
Digging that. The visual is amazing. Drew Tenorio, Annette Ada Vasquez. Hey, cuz, watching out there in the States. Jimenez Hesa, James Lohan, Christine Santos, telling you. Damon Kaufman's really worried about me. He says, telling you, you said it on the radio, they're going to kick in the door and drag you off. Now you are a menace to society, not just the governor. Carolyn Long, Brennan Fausto, and Joe Pareda hanging out with the program. 888-825-888-TALK. 758. And I've got a couple of things. You know what yesterday was? And let me just, I'll apologize. I shouldn't apologize, right? But I will remark in a with a degree of in my heart, sorrow in my heart, contrition. Is I got to tell you, last couple of days, and I'll admit it myself, I've had a hard time focusing. I don't know what it was. It's just sometimes you're in a path. You're just on that track, in that mode. And most days I'm like 99% there. But I got to tell you, the last couple of days I was only like 90% there, and I'd get a thought in my head and distract myself, so I wasn't able to get all the thoughts out of my head. So first of all, just want to say I've noticed that. If you notice a couple of times, there might be some rambling moments there. You're not alone. I caught it too, and I swear swear I'm going to get better after we get out of this COVID thing. Anyway, 7:59. Yesterday was Tuesday, and you know what? I completely screwed up. I was not focused. North and South, the hemispheres weren't working. I didn't get a chance to talk about Hawaii.
Hawaii.
And the number of people, like in California, they said they ran out of U-Haul trucks for people moving out. Apparently, they're running into similar issues with Hawaii. I told you this. One of the states where they are seeing a drastic shift in population because people are leaving paradise. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG. I got you 93.3. This is The Point. Here's Fox News.
What President Biden won't do about Russia. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
We have no intention of putting American forces or NATO forces in Ukraine.
But he's warning Russia's president again of serious consequences if he invades Ukraine, including potential sanctions on President Putin himself. The U.S. also not ruling out sending more defense supplies to Ukraine. For now, thousands of U.S. troops remain on alert for potential deployment as part of an allied force in the region. For millions of Americans, maybe it's one shot too many. The COVID booster shot drive losing steam. The CDC says while 63% of Americans are fully vaccinated, just 40% of the fully vaccinated have had a booster shot as an Omicron-driven surge continues. An immigration rule is still in effect along the southern U.S. border that allows migrants to be quickly sent back because of the pandemic. But that's not happening lately with more single men crossing the border. Fox's Bill Malusian is in Brownsville, Texas.
Through our 8 months of border coverage down here, this is actually the first time we've seen this, and we've been watching it with busload after busload of mostly single male migrants just being released here. This raises our eyebrows because typically single adult male migrants are supposed to be expelled from the country via Title 42, but we've been watching this the last few days. These ICE buses just show up here and drop off dozens of these migrants every single time.
He says they're ultimately being taken to a local airport. The White House says migrants are sometimes moved to other detention facilities to await next steps. More than 36 people are missing off the coast of Florida in what the Coast Guard is calling a suspected case of human smuggling. One man was rescued by a Good Samaritan clinging to a boat east of Fort Pierce. He says he was part of a group that left Bimini in the Bahamas on Saturday night, but their boat capsized in bad weather, and he says no one was wearing a life jacket. For now, the Coast Guard search continues. America is listening to Fox News.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
At Guam Auto Spot, we're starting 2022 with a bang during our New Year, New Ride sales event. Right now, you can get the all-new Buick Encore as low as $237 per paycheck, 0 down. Or the all-new Mitsubishi Outlander as low as $201 per paycheck, 0 down. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or schedule a test drive today at 478 Auto.
Anti-Semitic flyers turn up in another Florida town.
Alan Tinter and his neighbors in the Coral Ridge section of Fort Lauderdale woke to find anti-Semitic flyers in front of their homes with claims of Jews being responsible for the pandemic.
Telling me that everybody at the CDC is Jewish. Not true. And comparing what's going on today to what was said in the protocols. The protocols were used by the Nazis to justify their attack of the Jews as well.
The flyers are identical to the ones found in Miami area neighborhoods Monday. No suspect has been identified yet, but the car seen on camera dropping the flyers was found to have been a rental vehicle. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Similar flyers under investigation in California. Computer chips are in such short supply in the U.S. it may lead to factory shutdowns. The Commerce Department sounding the alarm after a survey of 150 companies that use semiconductors. They're down to less than 5 days of chip inventory, with chips used in cars and medical devices especially scarce. The Biden administration pressing Congress to pass funding for more U.S. chip production. A record number of government demands to remove content on Twitter.
In its latest transparency report, Twitter reveals it received over 43,000 government legal demands to remove content from nearly 197,000 accounts between January and June of last year. The largest number of accounts ever subject to removal requests in a reporting period since releasing its first transparency report in 2012. 95% originating from only 5 countries: Japan, Russia, Turkey, India, and South Korea.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Reps for Twitter call it a threat to privacy and freedom of expression, vowing to defend a, quote, free, secure, and global open internet. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Eat Fresh Refresh goes on at Subway. You've tried the Cali Fresh steak. Now you can enjoy the Cali Fresh turkey. One of only 2 Cali Fresh subs. The Cali Fresh turkey is packed with deli-thin, oven-roasted turkey piled high on a bed of hickory smoked bacon, smashed avocado, and fresh mozzarella. Crafted for premium freshness, the Cali Fresh turkey is made on freshly baked, hearty, multi-grain bread with your choice of fresh veggies hand-sliced daily in restaurants. Treat yourself to a Cali Fresh turkey today. Subway. Eat fresh.
Did you know that 1 in 50 employees open a phishing email every day? Introducing Lookout, the leading mobile security solution that fully protects your company from all mobile threats. Get Lookout Mobile Security for free with any Docomo Pacific Business Unlimited mobile plan. Some conditions may apply. Learn more at business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. From Candid News, apparently there was a Korean tourist that was robbed of $5,000 cash and about $18,000 worth of personal items, including jewelry, a wallet, and passports. They have a video of some individuals attempting to use the tourist's stolen credit card at the new Lada Mart in Dededo. You can call the Guam Police Department if you have any information. If you might recognize either of the individuals, you can see the video on candidnews.com. Meanwhile, another couple of deaths were reported related to COVID-19 in this morning's JIC. The deaths were of a 56-year-old man and an 84-year-old woman, both with underlying health conditions. The JIC also said that there's an increased number of people admitted to the hospital with COVID-19. There are 34 now, 3 in intensive care, one of which is on a ventilator. Now, from the testing site, there were 759 new cases confirmed out of 2,926 people who were tested. 156 of those positive cases came from the Department of Defense. Also, if you want to make an appointment, they're fully booked today and tomorrow at the Teats and Carnival grounds. You can make an appointment, though, for Friday afternoon, if that's still available, as well as Saturday. That one is open for appointments. Meanwhile, they, again, are reminding people that the tests are being prioritized for individuals who are at high risk and with COVID-19 symptoms. If you are not scheduled, you can still take a chance and line up for one of those available unscheduled slots. Meanwhile, the Department of Education says there were 28 new positive cases within the schools. 24 are students and 4 are teachers. The schools, however, continue to be run face-to-face without any interruption in their schedule. There are a number of businesses that continue to close because they're finding difficulty in getting their businesses operating with the number of employees testing positive for COVID-19. The Guam Daily Post does report there are a number of businesses at the Micronesia Mall that have announced that they will be closing due to COVID-19. Investigators, meanwhile, with the Guam Police Department have yet to locate the family of a man who was found dead in Jigo on Sunday. GPD says that they aren't going to confirm the victim's identity until they have notified the next of kin. Authorities also have not released any details regarding the death other than it appears to have involved foul play. Well, more news right after this.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
Local activist group Protehi Letetsan has filed a suit against the U.S. Department of the Air Force and the Secretary of the Air Force, as well as the Department of Defense and Secretary of Defense. The group, represented by Earth Justice, which alleges the Air Force violated federal law by failing to evaluate the culture and environmental impacts from open burning and open detonation of hazardous waste munitions at Taragi Beach. The lawsuit challenges the Air Force's failure to comply with the National Environmental Policy Act. Now, Protehi Letetsan argues the military could permanently contaminate the area with unexploded ordnance and toxic chemicals, to include the aquifer. The group also contending the contaminants may be harmful to nearby beaches and cultural fishing sites. And the administration expects some changes to the process could make it easier for Guam-based companies seeking foreign workers for on-island jobs. New federal guidance, according to the Lieutenant Governor, will stimulate construction projects. H-2B guidelines for Guam are currently being revised to clarify federal requirements and include local input. Meanwhile, Adelup also confirms the governor is off island and is in California meeting with Region 9 officials. She'll also travel to Washington, D.C. to attend the winter session of the National Governors Association and testify before the U.S. Senate. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Cha-cha slide? Will there be cha-cha slide opportunities? Did you get to see Madeline? Where's Auntie Madeline? What's going on? I haven't seen or heard from them since the last time there was cha-cha sliding going on. 8:11 in the morning, mostly sunny today. Daytime highs about 86 degrees east, northeast winds up to 17 miles an hour with gusts as high as 23 miles an hour. 21 tonight with isolated showers. More partly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 74 degrees. I don't see too much rain in the forecast. I was looking at the map a while ago, and this whole area is running very, very clear. Mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow. Daytime highs about 86 degrees. And tomorrow night, partly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 75 degrees. Heat index today, it'll feel like 90 if the sun comes out. That's all right. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:18. That's news and weather together on The Point.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
It's true. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Mescla. They got all kinds of great food there. It's the original Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Chef Peter with his candied salmon and his scallion coconut rice. I just like to go in there and say, hey, Mr. Scallion Coconut Rice Man, what else you got in the kitchen? Do we have some octopus? Is there gumption back there for the tinaktak? And the answer is always yes. They've got Chamorro platters, award-winning gourmet hamburgers, sweaty. That's all you need to know is sweaty. Now, sweaty is a whole different word, but it reminds me that when I eat that burger, there's something about the spicy in it, the sweaty, that makes the back of my head wet with sweat. Go and enjoy Mescla's off-a-day service in Agana and the Grand Plaza in Tumon. The number is 479-2652. Call them and make reservations today.
Any speaker, anytime.
Yeah.
The Ray Gibson Show.
So what I'm
Call
saying,
now,
Tess.
888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yeah, we'll have like a smallpox party, except it'll be a COVID-19 party. And instead of a bunch of little kids running around everywhere, it will be all of us old farts in a sealed room, and it'll be shot.
Let me sip from your drink.
I
Ray.
said Sarita will be our designated driver. Oh, no, I couldn't do that to her. But she's got the chauffeur's license. I don't know. What do we do, Real Joe? What do we do? Doesn't this sound like a great party? I want a DJ. I want it's like DJ COVID. Yeah. DJ Wuhan. Can I get something like that?
Yeah.
Hey, 814, welcome back to the program. Excuse the mess. Hi, my name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. Real Joe gets the phone when you're doing all that. Monica Silva Tyrant with at least one more big look at news and headlines that we're going to be going over for the day. So what is there that we haven't quite talked about yet? Looking over the table of contents. I know what you're thinking. This is the first year hearing the governor's left island, right? Did you look at some of the news stories? This is how I found out. I was looking at a couple of news stories, and they made reference to acting governor Josh Tenorio. And I
That's how you know.
That's the only way to know, because otherwise, what else is going on in this town? It must be quiet if the governor can take off for as long as she's going to be going, but left everything in the capable hands of Josh Tenorio. And Josh, I was thinking about you this morning, because I wanted to find out, and did you say Carl's calling? Okay, we'll see if we can get, maybe if he's got any information. There was supposed to be a meeting of the Island Beautification Task Force yesterday, and I'm kind of curious as to what they came out with on that. I have not yet seen anything in the media, but speaking of things that I haven't seen in the media, you know what else I didn't see in the media? We got an invitation to participate in a Zoom thing with that AWA guy, the chicken man.
Oh, yeah.
Wayne
Super Chicken.
Wayne Lefevre.
Yes.
Wayne
Pacelli?
LaFlante.
That one. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So an opportunity to, and I don't know if anybody went. I'm serious, because normally there would have been something in the social media yesterday. Somebody would have, had rebroadcast the Zoom, and maybe there would have been something in the newspapers. But I haven't seen anything yet. No reportage of what it was.
Maybe he doesn't have the support and the backing that he reports.
He thinks he does. Everybody in the media.
Everybody supports his efforts, but nobody wants to show up to back him up.
I don't know. I got the thing, and they said, "Are you going to attend the Zoom?" And I said, "I abhor Zooms, so probably not." But
I didn't see anything
on it. Start without me.
Nobody ever invites me.
Did you want to go?
No.
No. See, that's the thing. Would you, even if it was a Zoomy, would you have gone?
No.
Because it just feels like it's going to be one of those kind of lecture-y things, right?
Well, because I've only really used Zoom a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh God, yeah, 8:16 in the morning when we were, and I will admit, careful, this is going to be painful. I will admit that I have. Don't always have all of the facts in front of me, and will make decisions because they feel like the correct decisions. And I remember in March of 2020 when the peanut butter hit the fan the first time, and all of a sudden the island was plunged into something that felt like a lockdown. Everybody stayed home from work, and even here at the radio stations, we'd scaled back everything so that the only thing that we would be doing would be live shows. After that, go and do whatever it is that you're going to be doing. Boy, what a strange and wonderful lifestyle change that was for everybody. But I still needed to be able to communicate with people among my staff, my existing staff at the time. So we actually went and got a Zoom subscription. And I might have used that Zoom subscription, I don't know, twice in the entire lifetime of it. And I realized as I was using it just how much I absolutely hated it. Hated the sound of it. Hated the idea that the camera was never looking good on me. All of the tips and tricks and techniques that Jerry Roberts. I think Jerry Roberts did a whole thing on the etiquette of Zoom. Do you remember that when we were first starting out? Yeah, etiquette of Zoom. And
or one of the things put on pants.
Yeah, Tyrone changed all of that. There's apparently there's a whole different set of etiquette that we've got to have. That
Stay
Jerry
awake, wear
didn't
pants.
Actually stay awake for the thing. Yeah, exactly.
And don't side chat other people.
Yeah, so it's one of those things. 8:18 in the morning. As quickly as I was able to, it was look. We got to go back to having back to face-to-face meetings. And so at the very first opportunity, I reopened the office to the staff and said, "Come on back to work, babies." 8:18 in the morning. But more on that a little bit later on. It was Tuesday yesterday, and Tuesday is normally the day that I set that aside to talk about things that are interesting that are going on in Hawaii. Because every time, sometimes you have the feeling like we couldn't possibly screw this thing up anymore. All of a sudden, our friends in Hawaii say, hey, cuz, hold my beer. Hold on just a minute now. Kali, I hesitate to bring this up because I know that somewhere in the 36 Guam legislature is a senator, maybe a couple of them, that can see the handwriting on the wall and are saying to themselves, man, I wasted 2 years. Is there anything that I can do? Is there a political Hail Mary pass that I can throw that might get me a little bit of notoriety, that might get me some earned media, that might sway a number of people to vote for me? Are you ready for it?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. They're doing this in Hawaii, and it's just a matter of time, like I said, before some desperate senator of the 36 Guam legislature says, it's time for us to consider a new minimum wage. I know we just started one, right? we just went to the end on the other one, and realizing what was it? Dr. Jones at the university said it's really unnecessary because most people are making more than that anyway. Your minimum wage has no power here. The conversation has no power here. Throughout 2021, many states had suffered from labor shortages, unprecedented inflation, and an ever-worsening supply chain crisis. Because of the perilous economic situation, several states are considering quick fixes to address their financial problems, even though these so-called quick fixes could likely make matters worse over the long term. In the Aloha State, lawmakers recently introduced a bill that would hike the state's minimum wage. More specifically, House Bill 4 proposes raising the state's minimum wage from $10.10 an hour to $17 an hour by January 1st, 2026. If passed, HB 4 would incrementally increase the minimum wage, beginning with an increase to $11.50 an hour on January 1st of this year, moving to $13.50 an hour January 1st, 2023, $14.50 an hour on January 1st of 2024, $16 an hour in 2025, and $17 an hour effective January 1st of 2026. Can you imagine? This is one of the things every once in a while you'll hear me utter the phrase bayoneting the survivors. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. You think about all of the businesses right now having a hard time with the cost of everything going up, power, water. Now the cost of employees are going to be going up. Can you imagine somebody saying, wait a second, that job there really is only worth $9.25. But now if I bring you in here in 2026, even with no skills whatsoever, dishwasher, $17 an hour. And that's why cheeseburgers in nice restaurants are going for $16 a piece. 8:22 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. We'll shelve that here for just a couple of minutes, but I do want to bring in, how come you're not the acting governor when Lou leaves? Can we do that, Gov?
I know, Rick.
I know, I've already started. It's not even a second into the telephone call, and already I'm getting Uncle Carl in trouble. Hot water with the administration. Buenos Janafade, Uncle Carl.
Good morning. Sorry to hear you got COVID.
I'm not. Absolutely not. I got the easy one here. So after this, I'm herd immunity, bro.
Yeah, but you might get one of the bingo viruses, and that's pretty tough, I hear. They're monitoring Denmark on that one.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm going to assume that this will give me a certain amount of immunity protection, if you will, just the same as the vaccines have. I got to talk to a couple of actual MD doctors about it, but it would be cool. Hey, a couple of things. I was kind of curious the restrictions and the rationing of tests here on Guam. How is that going to impact plans that GVB has got down the road to be able to make it so that Koreans that come to Guam, as an example, visitors that come to Guam, where there are testing requirements for them to return for either no quarantine or less of a quarantine in their source markets, does this restriction apply to that program you've got?
Well, there are two things. Number one, it does not apply, and there are still some of the 6 clinics that we have contracts with that still have some of the purchase order left over from what we issued out. But Pretty much, I was speaking with Nadine yesterday that there's a lot of money. That money we set aside at 1.6 million pretty much dwindled down, and we kind of announced internally that around December 31st we kind of quit offering that, except for those travel agents that know there are still some over at those clinics. They send their people that came here, but the thing is that it's not that many anyway. So. Yeah, so that and I'm just looking at Saipan, right? Air Busan's going to be coming in next week on the, but the thing is that they give away $100 and they do the PCR testing, but I don't know. We just probably, we can make our money go a lot further just to hold back and wait. So after the new year, probably we would really see everything go down in Korea. Korea now has lowered their requirements for quarantine and and even the testing. They're going to antigen testing now and saving the PCR for more serious ones. But they're spiking now. They expect to spike 20,000 a day, and next week when the Chinese New Year kicks in.
And I hope that all of the cases are exactly like the one that I have, where you go through one fairly crappy day with body aches and high temperatures and sore throats, scruffy throat, if you will. But that's the only symptom that I've got. 5 or 6 days into all of this now, is just a little bit of that. And for the most part, it's almost all gone. I don't know if you can still hear what Cousin Troy referred to as the lesbian sound in my voice, but apparently all of that is gone at this point. So I hope everybody gets the easy one, and I hope their government recognizes that everybody got the easy one and start lifting restrictions out in some of our source markets so that they feel more comfortable traveling.
Yeah, I hope so too. And I'm seeing that, and the report back from Colleen yesterday was that they're seeing that, as our marketing group from Korea are telling us. And I think eventually people are going to be, have an epiphany that this thing is just let's live with COVID, and that's how they, try to do that in Korea. And I think Guam is heading in that direction, just from listening to the powers that be in the medical community and in the government. That we can't beat this, with all these different protocols changing from day to day, and running out of supplies or testing, running out of just time. And I think everybody's already either got it, and have been vaccinated 3 times. It's just not. I don't know. Like I said, I can't speak for the administration and public health, but I think we're going to have to wake up.
Well, they certainly are influenced by you and your thoughts. And you and your thoughts recently that we've had privately on the air and privately off the air, but publicly on the air also seem to be moving in that same direction. The governor has more than a couple of times now, as well as members of the Physicians Advisory Group more than a couple of times now, have kind of telegraphed that there could be some tectonic changes coming forward with regard to restrictions that we may have in restaurants and restrictions that we may have in gatherings and things like that to try to open the market up a little bit more, get as many people back to work as possible.
Yeah, from the outset, last 2 years ago when we had the Physician Advisory Group, and I was on there. I'm still on there, but I just don't participate anymore because really there was, public health ends up making the final decision anyway. And but Dr. Berg had always been, very bullish on this idea of, just moving forward as a community like the regular virus, flu.
So let him make that decision, and let's get this all done and taken care of so we can open things back up. This might, though, actually be a fairly good time for us to be experiencing the surge that we have right now, because imagine how difficult it would be for a family of 6 visitors to try to get restaurant reservations and things like that. I'm sorry, I have to laugh because virtually every restaurant that I've been to in the last couple of weeks has had to make a change one way or the other to how they're delivering their services. Is it not everybody is able to do the in restaurant dining, takeaway, to go orders and things like that, outdoor dining. A lot of the businesses, a lot of the restaurants are having a hard time with keeping their employees healthy enough to come to work every day.
Right, and so what are we offering? We're offering the hotel on the beach, right? And I don't know whether that's going to be enough. That's why it's probably just let's sit back and just wait until somebody really wakes up in every part of the world, even including our source countries. That let's just move on, with this, and just beat it ourselves individually, one day at a time. Each person, each family. Let them come to Guam and get the sun, and the sand, and the water. And just like you're out there looking at the sunset all the time, and it took you a long time to get COVID.
Right. Yeah, and they're a poster child. Look at me. It's out there. You can run, but you can't hide. You're going to get it, and hopefully it will be one that causes you just a little bit of a hard time, and maybe a little bit of NyQuil or DayQuil or something like that. But once it's done, it's done. Don't be so afraid, and learn to live your life, guys. 8:29 in the morning. What kind of the nature of the conversations are you having with Jerry Perez? You're kind of a get it done on the ground guy. Jerry's a little bit more cerebral, a little bit more of here's the very high altitude. What is his thoughts on global tourism, global hospitality? How long are we talking about, do you think, before we start to see things feel like they did in 2019? Yeah,
Jerry's a very cerebral thinking guy, and sometimes I get into the conspiracy theories. Right? I think after November, after the election in the United States, I'm just telling you that there's a method to these people's madness, and although like I said, every time you got like Omicron come in, and then you got two more coming in. But I'm so happy that even Korea now, the drug company of Merck in Korea are now developing the pills, and they're giving it to the people that are vulnerable, and they lowered the age to 60 years old. You can get the pill, and so I think with the advent of the pills coming out, maybe en masse, I think that's a good way to lessen the risk of opening up your countries. So that's the hope that Jerry and I are thinking about, is that we've got for 80 doses for that pill come here, and that's limited. But with Korea, they're really moving. The North company in Korea are really moving to get them out by the millions.
I'm telling you, kimchi soup and Pocari Sweat. That's how you get rid of COVID-19. 8:31 in the morning. And you sent me something this morning, and I didn't have a chance to review the whole thing. But it had to do with the travel bubble between Taiwan and Palau. So we got people that went back from Palau into Taiwan that, as it turns out, we're bringing back COVID with them.
Yeah, well, my understanding is that the mother and the child are living in Palau, and I think this might be the family that owns the Taiwanese restaurant there. But yeah, they went back to last week to Taiwan, and they were tested positive, and so that kind of put a kink on that too. And too bad for Palau, but Palau itself, the last time I saw, they had 16 cases of COVID when they really had zero for a long, long time. So it's this Omicron, I think, is really sneaking in somewhere.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Well, I mean, it's very you can catch it very easily. Plus, you got Majuro, and I know you've seen this. I know it's not a major source market for all of us out there in the Marshalls, but apparently United isn't going to fly all the way to Majuro anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy, and sometimes we're so. In my mind, as the GVB CEO and president, I pulled all the people in, particularly from the research, merged them together with destination development, and we're going to concentrate right now on destination development. We are now trying to make Tumon bloom. We're trying to do everything. We're going to paint the sidewalks. We're going to paint the walls. We're just going to take advantage of this downtime because we can't keep planning for something next week and giving away PCR tests for free and stuff like that, and then just to see it end right away by one fell swoop. And so we're going to concentrate on doing something with destination.
All right. Well, any help you need on that one, let me know. I'll come out with my bush cutter.
Okay,
my
absolutely.
chainsaw.
Put something I've requested.
Me and you and Richard, we'll take care of it.
I requested Chief Justice Carvalito to undertake that bolt that you and I saw down at the Plaza de España.
Good.
I sent him all the pictures that we put together, and he hasn't replied yet, but I'm pretty sure that when COVID abates a little bit, that the court will undertake painting the plaza down there, the walls and the fence there.
Well, one other thing that we've been thinking about, it's been on my mind, and I'm not crazy about the idea that that there is this 100-foot section of Soledad that has been determined to be a fire lane all of a sudden. But I'm wondering if there's more that can be done with the food trucks. I mean, the food truck culture around here is incredible. Some great local talent that is turning out some great food at low prices in a variety of locations. And I'm wondering if more can be done with something like that. Maybe a food truck Thursday over at Skinner Plaza, maybe food truck lunch rallies or something like that over on the foundation of the old Governor's Complex. I know that's the legislature's part of it, but certainly you might have some influence down there with somebody over in at the legislature that can free that up. I don't understand why they were kicked off in the first place.
Yeah, well, legislature also owns that the plaza walls there, but I guess they're busy with something else. But after listening to you and Joyce and Nicholas yesterday, I started trying to figure out where we can get those trucks based out of, and not those fire lanes there, but we could even move them away from the Agana necessarily, or move them across to the Paseo side, where they're not opening up the Chamorro Village, but maybe over there. So I'm thinking and I'm hoping that when we see that there's no obstacles to move them to some other place, that we would want to do that. They are providing a lot of service to people of Guam, and people look forward to seeing, and going out there, bringing their families and sitting around, and we'll just put all kinds of trash cans around to make sure and have a monitor of people moving around.
See, it's not that hard. Just put a lot of trash cans and people will throw their trash away. People want to do that. Maybe there's something you can do behind your office, food truck down in Tumon for the locals and the visitors, so they don't have to go too far away.
And that's why we've spruced it. We're manicured around GVB, all around over by the EPAL site, and we're going to do something because it's a great, and we got enough parking there, and I think the people would love it. And so, yeah, thanks to your interview with Joey, that I think
you got wheels turning.
Back to the idea that might be somebody picking on them, which probably I agree with you too.
Yeah.
So but those guys. They're making a living, and people are looking forward to that, and we'll do something about that, Ray.
I'd love that. What about now? There's somebody at one of the other newsrooms found you for Sagan Koturan tomorrow, and that would encompass a huge piece of property about where the old hospital was, and there was some old I don't know, it's client apartments that they had there. But if I close my eyes, from once upon a time in the 1980s around the Archbishop Circle, that all used to be flat, and that whole area there is another spot. If we could just get in there and cut down all of the Sakati and the Tangan down there, bring that all back down to flat ground, grow some grass on it. There might still be even some old parking that was left over from the old hospital and in that region. Is there any way that we could use something like that as another one of these kind of central climb up the hill and find your food trucks?
Well, I don't know. That's more problematic there. There's the private property there actually the old Guam Memorial Hospital. Then you have the Naftan there. Then you have the Kultura. All of these are part of the bigger picture of EPAL Park itself, and also going across to the coral pit that's there. That's about more than half a mile wide, and so those are the things that are all being put together for a really long-term vision that the governor and the lieutenant governor wants on Vision 2025, for example, to bring back the culture and the very essence of what Guam made Guam as a tourist attraction back in the 70s. We're not going to forget that, and still meld the 5T generation in. Let the kids, even the kids here in Guam, don't understand their Chamorro culture anymore. So we're going to do something like that. And one of these days, when the governor gets back, she's going to see the final kind of drawings that we put together. She'll give it her approval. She's going to do a task force, bring part of the government entities in that are going to smooth this thing through, and even some of the private sector. But this is going to be a public-private partnership. We don't want Government of Guam running this thing. We're going to put it out as we did with Pleasure Island. It took 3 years, so we're going to have this thing take at least 3 years. But we got $20 million already set aside. Hopefully she'll give us more. And so we're hoping to get some money for infrastructure even. You know, when I did Pleasure Island, I put $57 million just for infrastructure, road widening, and, you know, storm drains all the way down to from one end to the other.
I remember getting stuck in the traffic.
Yeah, but it finally worked.
Oh, my God, those were incredible traffic times. I'm glad that we put in the two pipes at the same time. 6:59, no, 8:39. Gov, I appreciate how busy you are here, so I'm going to let you run. And
take care of yourself.
I will, promise. And see if there's anything I need from your place. Nah, color good. 8:39 in the morning. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez on the line with me this morning. Lots and lots there to unpack from that conversation. Can you imagine if all of a sudden that whole kind of boony area, and there's not much you can see. You get the sidewalk there, and then you've got the main entrance to the Sagan Cultura, but all the way up that hill towards the other side of the Archbishop Circle. Joey, you old enough to remember?
I grew up in that area.
Exactly. So you know what I'm
cleared out.
You know what I'm talking about.
They had these little wooden homes going down the line there.
That was beautiful, and hobbits lived there. It was kind of a nice thing that we used to have. You could hear the Tautamona walk across the way in the middle of the night, but for a lot of people, just no idea what's in there. Now, unfortunately, as he points out, this area has not necessarily been completely and very well taken care of over the years. For a lot of years, they used it as a dumping spot for green waste after storms, so I think there's some of that there. I think there were a bunch of people in the government of Guam that had things that they were storing outside that they didn't want it stored outside of their place anymore, so they put it there. And so it will take a little bit of a cleanup effort to get the place looking as good as it needs to. 8:40 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Mona Silva Tyron has got her last look at big news and headlines coming your way right after these.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nambo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
8:41. My doctor's on the phone. Oh, this could be trouble. This could be trouble. I didn't clear my COVID-19 through him. Stand by, Dr. Akimoto, coming your way in just a second. Mona Silva Tyron now on the line with her very last look at big news and headlines. Mona, what's going on?
Another couple of deaths reported related to COVID-19 in this morning's JIC. And there are also 34 people admitted to the hospital with COVID-19, 3 of them in intensive care. From the tests yesterday, 759 new cases of COVID-19 out of 2,900 people who were tested. Meanwhile, the COVID testing does continue at the Carnival Grounds in Tidzin. However, it's fully booked today and tomorrow. You can still get an appointment on Friday afternoon. However, Saturday is also available for appointments. There are some limited availability for people who have COVID symptoms that need to get tested and don't have an appointment. Meanwhile, some government agencies also announced that they are closing, along with the number of restaurants that have announced that they'll be closing or doing scaled-down services. Department of Integrated Services will be reopened on January 31st. Veterans Affairs is by appointment only. Meanwhile, police continuing their investigation into the death of an individual found at a ranch on Challen Emsley. They are looking for the next of kin before they release the man's identity. Also from Candid News this morning, there's a video that Candid posted following a robbery that apparently took place involving a Korean tourist. The tourist robbed of $5,000 cash and about $18,000 in personal items. The suspects are believed to have tried to use the tourist's stolen credit card at the new Latimart in Dededo. They posted a video. You might recognize the individuals. If you have any information, they are asking you call the Guam Police Department or Crime Stoppers. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
What these guys got ripped off $5,000 in money and 18 grand worth of other?
Yeah, of personal items. And so the video is from New Latimart in Dededo. And it's the individuals tried to use the tourist's credit card there to make a purchase. So anybody who take a look at the video, if you recognize, it's kind of hard to tell, in the mask.
Oh, somebody knows. You could make something out. If I saw an image of Real Joe walking down the street, even though I couldn't make out his face or that, I mean, you recognize people have certain ways that they do things.
You could get a glimpse of the suspect's vehicle.
Gotcha. 8:44 in the morning.
I'm wearing this for your protection.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So that brings us into the conversation. We'll bring in Dr. Vince Akimoto on the line here this morning. Hey, Doc, how you doing?
Good morning, Ray, and good morning, Guam. Sorry to interrupt your very interesting conversations with the Governor Gutierrez. I mean, that's one guy who's been working really hard, and we're just really thankful that he and the Guam Visitors Bureau have been so successful despite all the challenges.
No, I was okay. I was finished with the conversation with him, but I don't disagree with you on that one. I think he's done an outstanding job considering some of the impediments that he's got to moving things forward as quickly as he'd like to here on Guam. And then we've got all the nonsense in the source markets. It makes his job that much more difficult. But clearly he is not giving up on the ghost and knows that there's still more work to be done and different ways to get that work done. So he's working smarter, and he's got a good team behind him over at GVB.
Well, and they're attracting apparently, tourists who have $15,000 to steal or lose in one transaction. That's amazing. So I guess the high net worth tourists are not deterred by Omicron, and probably the rest of Guam shouldn't be either. I mean, I know you've been preaching about moderation in terms of response, and I don't think today anybody's listening because. When the governor speaks about our youth, needing to know their Chamorro culture, one of the things that Ray, you and I have had the privilege of doing is going to village fiestas where the entire street is packed with people. You can't drive your car because there's too many cars, and you have to walk, long distances and to get to your grandma's house, and it's just the one whole party, one whole village party. Well, the same thing's going on this morning at several of the COVID testing sites because it looks like the Umatic Fiesta up in Teason. There's no barbecue as far as I know, but it's not too late for the food trucks to roll out. I mean, I think they make a killing because maybe that's the wrong word to use. But the idea is that the Umatic Fiesta is alive and well, but it's in Teason at the carnival grounds. And in some ways, this is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, but on other ways, it's just a show of how much people are trying to do the right thing to protect. I think their families. Most of the people there are motivated because they've been exposed and they're worried about their kids at home or their grandparents. So I think they're trying their best to make sure that they know their status so that they can go about their day. Yeah. But I think the best advice is really people just. I think if you're not sick, avoid anything that's going to put you in further contact with people that might be sick or might use up, the 3 gallons of gas while you're idling in a line to get tested. I'm not sure that that's the best use of everybody's gas or time today. And the sad reality is the people at the end of the line are probably going to be told that they've run out of tests because the testing is very limited on island right now. And that's probably okay. We'd love to be able to test everybody. We should have ordered more tests, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. At this point in time, I think everybody needs to hunker down. This thing should hopefully pass over us like a typhoon. It may take another week, and businesses are going to have to modify. They're going to have to do what they can to work with less staff, but there's probably going to be less business anyway. Although, I mean,
there is that. Okay, so and to your point, yeah, there's businesses all over the island that are making modifications to how they deal with their customers. The most obvious one are restaurants. Restaurants that you might have been able to go to last week are now saying, "I tell you what, we're only doing takeaway right now because we don't have enough people to man the floor." And no, I can't give you a beer here right now because I don't have anybody behind the bar. So we can make your order, and you can take it to go, and that's going to be as good as it gets for a while. Having said that, there are also businesses where they're kind of happy that things are as they are because the numbers aren't there either. We're seeing that many restaurants on Guam are probably off by about 25%. Thank God for the LEAP thing that Mark, the folks over at Gita are working on. But these businesses are in trouble. Their costs are going up. They don't have the access to the staff that they need all week long, and some of them are just now starting to get back to being able to do business like they did 3 weeks ago.
Well, so hopefully the Gita thing is going to work out because the restaurants and a lot of the small businesses are really struggling, and we don't want to see more suffering in that regard. And earlier in the pandemic, there was lots of federal funds circulating in the community, and I think that helped a great deal. On a good news level, and this goes to healthcare, a similar thing happened with our ability to take care of the poorest who are poor, and also our residents who are from the Federated States, right? So historically, the Micronesian community has been left behind. They've not been able to have access to MIP or other local healthcare programs, and they tend to be people that when they get sick, they use the emergency room as their clinic.
Yeah.
So the Medicaid has been always viewed as the solution, but the Medicaid process was always slowed down because there was just never enough money. They used to try to exist on like $20 or $30 million, which was always about $20 or $30 million less than they really needed. But now the federal government has put the budget for Guam at about 110, and then since last year around November, all FSM migrants qualify for Medicaid, and the funding source for them is outside of Guam. So potentially, we've now a $150 million healthcare funding source.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing it takes is this is the sad part, for public health to find personnel who will be able to register these people that need their Medicaid card. And it sounds easy, but apparently that's the story of the day. It's not being done. Maybe the people that are supposed to be registering are up at Gibson helping out with these testing drives. Maybe the people that are supposed to be doing the registration are lazy. And I think the second is probably the case because there's not a whole lot of people from public health at Gibson. There's probably about 100 of them. The rest of them are National Guard. So the admonishment to public health, and this is not funny, is you got to work harder. Just like your colleagues up at Gibson are busting their butt since 7 o'clock this morning, you need to register these Medicaid people. These are the poorest of the poor. These are our migrants from FSM who used to be a burden to our community because they didn't have the health care dollar. There's no excuse. There's $150 million that can get pumped into helping GMH and GRMC. You need to work. And I call them at 4:30 and they're all gone. I call them at lunchtime and they're out to lunch. They need to work on Saturdays and work on Sundays. This past Sunday, I met with the Christian mothers from the Trickies community.
Oh, yeah.
All 100 of them have been waiting for public health to call them back to get themselves registered because you apparently have to renew it every year. So even if you had it last year,
you got to restart the process. Are there other organizations that can help? I'm thinking off the top of my head, Manielu, Samantha Taitzino has done an outstanding job working with some of the youth there. Are the ways that we can deputize agents for the Department of Public Health so that they can go into some of these municipalities? What is it, Hemlani Hotel or whatever, and get these people taken care of?
Short answer is yes. Just like we've gone and done outreaches to get testing and to get immunizations out into these communities, where transportation is the biggest issue. But public health has to be apparently explained this because they have yet to get off their fat asses and do it. So this is a call to arms. What the people are doing out in Teason to get tested for their families. There are other people that have already stood in line down at Public Health at the Ren-Tam building to try to get registered, only to be turned away because the one guy at the window can't handle too much.
Yeah.
They need to get out from behind their desks and go into these communities and register all of them today. I mean, not tomorrow, like next week. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of an emergency. And I hope none of these people are getting paid frontliner pay because they're all in the back eating butchie and spam right now. I mean, it's,
150. I'm thinking of $150 million. I mean, that's significant, and it feels like it's a pipeline that would take minimal effort to get us to open all the way wide.
Plus,
we've been asking for this for decades.
Yeah, it will avoid the legislature having to come up with $30 million subsidy for GMH.
Right.
They have to find $30 million in local funds to cover the deficit at GMH because of the previous impact of poor people who couldn't pay. But that money is now there in federal coffers. We just need to use it the right way. Nobody wants to go to jail. So this is a call to Tess Archangel. She's been in charge of this for many years. She knows what to do. Hardest working lady, one of the hardest working lady in public health. But she needs to kick her people in the butt. And if she won't do it, the callers from your show should do the same. This is to help our community quit being reliant on handouts. The federal government has given Guam the opportunity to manage our own health care funds. We just need to do it. And today's Wednesday. All of the FSM migrants should be registered today. There's only 5,000 families, and actually there's probably only about 500 head of households that need to be engaged today. Just like I think there's about 1,200 people in line right now, Pentizit. Those people expect to be serviced. Those 500 head of households from the migration community need to be engaged today. And guess what? Most of them have already stood in line at public health. They were told they were going to get a phone call. That's last November.
Oh my God!
Last November.
Forget it. That doesn't exist.
No.
There's no return phone calls in the government of Guam.
As you see, I'm not happy, and I'm not mad. I'm furious. This call is because I have to go out of my way to shake the government up. But luckily, I got a lot of sleep last night, so I'm up to the challenge. But I'm going to come off the air to let your other angry callers find
that is annoying. Well, you're right. It's annoying because we've been asking for something like this for years, and federal help to help the people of Guam take care of the migrant population that we've got here. We've made that a point of all kinds of pillow talky things that we got back to Washington, D.C. All of a sudden, we've got the money. They said, okay, here it is. All you got to do is get these guys registered, give them a card, and when they go to GMH or GRMC, we'll pick up the tab. Is that all we got to do?
And then public health says, we'll call you back. We'll call you, go home, we'll call you back. So Governor Josh Tenorio, intimately familiar with what's going on in the migration community, might not necessarily know the specifics of why this holdup is happening. Hopefully, as people are listening, he would be great to interview on the air. I think he at least he likes you.
I think he likes me, yeah. Well, I don't know. Logan.
$150 million. I mean, you're looking for solutions. The thing is, apparently they have like $1 billion to spend. So 150, that's chump change. But the governor, Governor Gutierrez, he only has 20. He wants more. So, if you take this 150 for health care that's available to us federally, maybe you can then slide another $20 million over to Governor Gutierrez.
It's a huge fit. He can do it. 8:56 in the morning. Big problem solver. And in case you didn't hear, I'm positive for COVID-19.
Well, and you sound great. So you're living the message of the day. If you get COVID, do what Ray's doing. Live your life, but just protect others around you because the thing spreads like wildfire. But it's over in about 5 to 7 days. And Ray is smart. He gets his lab done like his doctor orders, and then he shows up for his physical so I can do his prostate exam.
Yay, the prostate exam. Real Joe wanted to do that. Darn it. Doc,
that second part didn't happen yet, but that's
no, I don't. Hey, get your hands out of there.
Hey, okay. Ray, have a great day.
I will, Doc. You have a great day as well. 888-825-888-TALK. Yeah, this is Life on Guam, guys. This is the way it was. Get the doctor, my doctor on the phone talking about all kinds of stuff. All right, so there needs to be more on this story because it's kind of just handed it to me and said, go with it. All right, so we've got money for the migrant population so that when they get sick, they've got access to Medicaid money, and they will pay the bills over at Guam Memorial Hospital or GRMC or wherever they get it done. But the problem is that we don't have, enough people to get them all signed up so that they can have this little card. so that there is a mechanism so that when they leave the hospital, instead of wondering, how we're going to pay $25,000 worth of hospital bills, you say, okay, let me just sign here, send that to Joe Biden, let Joe Biden take care of the thing, because we are guests of the federal government, not necessarily the island of Guam. So the island of Guam should not have to be saddled with these expenses, as we have since the beginning of the Compact of Free Association. Compact agreements that we've got here. That'll be an interesting story, and I hope somebody can deal with that. Handle that, would you? 8:58 and change. Now, I was going to go back to the story about how the Brain Trust in Hawaii have figured out how they might be able to bayonet the survivors in their economy by offering people a minimum wage up to $17 an hour. As I said, I did want to talk about that a little bit more on the radio, but I'm getting hit on the WhatsApp for people saying, not saying, just they are very direct about this. Shut your blanket mouth. Don't bring that up again, and certainly don't bring it up if there's a possibility that there might be somebody over at the legislature listening, because they're desperate like that. Yeah, it's an even-numbered year. Remember, I was talking with Phil Leddy, the Action Pack man, and I said, dude, you need to come out with a report card. We need to find. In fact, I got to find it somewhere in the archive. I'll look, since I already did the Wordle today, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a look at the Action Pack that came out last year, and take a look at some of the people that the chamber, the Action Pack, was suggesting that you and I vote for. You and I give our one humble vote to these people so that they can do things right for the business community here on Guam, and the people that didn't win the lottery by becoming members of the public sector, Guam employees. What about all these guys? Have they earned another spot on the Action Pack list? All right, let me go and see if I can find some of those names. Get back to you in the next hour. Fox News Live here on The Point.
It stays. I'm Lisa Lacera. A New York judge rules on the side of the governor in a battle over the state's mask requirement.
Governor Hochul said during a COVID briefing Tuesday she did not understand the mandate being struck down and a judge's reason for it.
That the Department of Health did not have the authority to protect public health.
An appellate judge overturned that, granting a stay that leaves the mandate in effect while appeals are being pursued. New York State Attorney General Letitia James praised the Tuesday decision, tweeting that protecting New Yorkers' health is a top priority. Parents and some jurisdictions have urged the governor to drop the mandate and stay out of decisions to wear face coverings. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Ukraine's leaders telling citizens to remain calm and that an invasion by Russia is not imminent, even as they receive aid from the U.S. to protect themselves.
British officials say 30 train loads of Russian troops and gear are now deployed to neighboring Belarus. 60 Russian battle groups surrounding Ukraine, even some Russian advanced troops said to be already here. This as efforts to evacuate Americans ramp up. Fox News has learned 200 American diplomats and families will be leaving this week.
Fox's Greg Palcott in Kiev. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby says the U.S. is committed to helping Ukraine defend itself, but also says
this is not the same situation as Afghanistan. And again, I think the State Department has done a commendable job making very clear, making transparent what our concerns are inside Ukraine.
Kirby said yesterday 8,500 U.S. troops have been placed on heightened alert, and if they are deployed, they would not be inside Ukraine, but would be bolstering NATO allies in Europe. Wall Street, another volatile day of trading, left all the major indexes in the red. The Dow lost 66, the NASDAQ minus 315, the S&P off 53. America is listening to Fox News.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
The death of a Connecticut woman during a date with a man she met online is ruled an accidental overdose.
Lauren Smith Fields, 23 years old, died December 12th in her apartment in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The man she was with called police to say she was unresponsive when he woke up. The medical examiner's office says she died of acute intoxication from a combination of the opioid fentanyl, alcohol, and 2 antihistamines used to treat allergies. Her family plans to sue, accusing the police of failing to fully investigate. They say they learned about her death through a note on her apartment door left by the landlord, and say the case was not given enough attention because she's black. Bridgeport's mayor says he's working with the police chief to change department practices for notifying family members of a death. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Lawyers for Alec Baldwin and other producers of the movie Rust are asking a court to dismiss the civil lawsuit filed by a script supervisor who was on the set during the time Baldwin fatally shot a cinematographer, saying there's no evidence Baldwin intended harm. A billionaire businessman is moving deeper into healthcare with his online pharmacy.
Mark Cuban's Cost Plus drug company is pledging to offer the lowest prices on 100 medications. Its launch follows creation of its pharmacy benefit manager, which operates as a registered pharmaceutical wholesale business. The goal is to save companies by eliminating the traditional way of doing business for medications. Cuban, who also owns the Dallas Mavericks, is funding the operation with the aim of selling generic drugs at a transparent fixed markup. Cuban told the Wall Street Journal last year he agreed to fund the company after receiving a pitch from radiologist Alex Oshmiansky, who is now the company's CEO. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Elton John, who just announced last week he was resuming his North American farewell tour, has canceled tonight's and tomorrow's shows in Dallas after testing positive for COVID-19. I'm Lisa Silasara, and this is Fox News.
Eat Fresh Refresh goes on at Subway. You've tried the Cali Fresh steak. Now you can enjoy the Cali Fresh turkey. One of only 2 Cali Fresh subs, the Cali Fresh turkey is packed with deli-thin, oven-roasted turkey piled high on a bed of hickory smoked bacon, smashed avocado, and fresh mozzarella. Crafted for premium freshness, the Cali Fresh turkey is made on freshly baked, hearty, multi-grain bread with your choice of fresh veggies hand-sliced daily in restaurants. Treat yourself to a Cali Fresh turkey today. Subway. Eat fresh.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Howdy. Look at here. I just like using Texas words here. As you can tell, I'm about to do the commercial for Chili's, where they've got the incredible Texas-size family meals there. Full racks of Chili's world-famous baby back ribs, margarita chicken, savory shrimp, beef fajita, and plenty more. For just $45, Chili's More Life and bigger meals happen there.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Look at here.
Bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Hey, did you see I changed out the pictures on Facebook for the Point? Did you see that? I changed that. I got and you would have been in them. But you and Mana didn't show up at the photography place.
Yeah, there was a thing.
Whatever, yeah.
Variance
was there. There was Omicron there, and I didn't get the picture. So it's just me and the judge.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to do one later on for the judge and Jose. Yeah, the mustache and the. For those of you that follow on Facebook Live and are friends of The Point on Facebook, you might know that there was a little bit of a change. Also, wanted to put in the logo there for the Pika's Best, because we're Pika's Best radio station. Not just nominated. We got it. We got the thing, and so I think that's very, very cool. And so we're going to put that into marketing for the next 4 or 5 years or something like that, because it's specific. And I'm still working on it. I know it says best radio station, blah 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 blah. But I'm still working on it. I told you one of the things that I'm looking forward to announcing and boring you to death with endless 30-second commercials about it is the Alexa skill. Alexa. I didn't. What did it? I set a thing up. What is there? 100 million Alexa devices on the planet right now, and Alexas. It's sad to say this. It's a sad testimony about the industry that I'm in. It is easier to get an Alexa device than it is to buy a radio. When was the last time you went and found something that was AM, FM radio on it? Hard to find. Although I'll tell you where I got mine. I'll tell you where I get mine, because and old time radio guys will know it right away. CC Crane. Do a search for CC Crane. They have got a great handheld, what we used to call back in the old days a transistor radio. The thing will pick up AM. It'll pick up FM. It will pick up the weather channel. It comes with good earbuds. And it also has a very unique feature. You don't see this very often. It will allow you to switch your stereo headphones to mono. And so I'm a kind of a sound geek.
Yeah.
That's a unique feature that's nice to have every once in a while.
Nerd.
Audio guys, the guys at the car audio shops will nod their head when I say it helps me find places where I might have my audio out of phase. And I could spend another half hour geeking out telling you about why phase is important when it comes to left and right. Anybody ever put together like boombox speakers? Right, you got the speakers over here, you got the speakers over there, and you're standing by waiting for that bass to hit you, and it never does. Check your wiring. Remember, right? And
the ohms, Ray.
It's not
the ohms.
It's not the ohms. You just gotta make sure the red goes to the red and the black goes to the black. If the black goes to the red, then you're out of phase, and the air is literally pushing and pulling. You need to.
Yeah.
But it also there was another feature on it that I really, really liked. I can't remember what it is. Oh, it has an alarm, which I turned off immediately because it was
annoying.
Oh God.
The worst
my God.
ever alarm.
So I've got one or two alarms. The usual alarm that wakes me up in the morning at just after 4 is one of these things. It's a very, very soft kind of an Apple sound that just starts off. It's almost not even there, and all of a sudden it sounds like little harp music from heaven. And by then, okay, feet on the ground, and let's go and get the day started. Anyway, at 10 after 9 o'clock in the morning, I am going to finish the thing, even though I had at least one ex-wife tell me stop talking about an increase in the minimum wage, please. I'm not talking about it, and then the folks in Hawaii, the Heartland Foundation, are doing everything that they can to convince the folks in the legislature in Hawaii not to pick this up. It will not have the intended consequences. Not that I think it worries that that's what they're shooting for. They're just going to go, hey, we've got to worry about our constituents, our Kama'aina Kokoa. We have to worry about them because these are hard times for everybody, and not everybody. It's Hawaii. You got to pay the price to live in paradise. Gallon of milk costs $20, and so we think that the minimum wage here should be $17 in 3 or 4 years. Like, we're not going to be here to, we won't be, and we'll have all of the money that we need to be able to get over all of this. In the meantime, like all states, let me just get back to the story here. Hawaii endured lockdowns due to the sudden onset of the coronavirus pandemic, which sent shockwaves through the small business ecosystem that are still being felt. Therefore, a minimum wage hike in 2022 could not be more ill-timed. In an analysis based on self-recorded closures in the database, Yelp estimates 60% of U.S. businesses have been devastated by the pandemic. Hawaii, moreover, has had the highest percentage of businesses both temporarily and permanently closed. When ranked by states, Hawaii tops the list. 9.4 permanent closures, 13.4 temporary closures per 1,000 businesses. Hawaii relies heavily on revenue from travel and tourism, two industries devastated by COVID-19. Reports from their Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism show about 30,000 people arrived in Hawaii daily in 2019. Unsurprisingly, this number plummeted to less than 500 at the height of the pandemic. And there's other points that they're going to be making. I don't feel like I need to necessarily make these points. Number one, because it's the threat of it happening is not here yet. But we've got just the worst copycat politicians, and they look at what's happening in Hawaii and go, "Oh, we should do that here. If it's good enough for Hawaii, it should be good enough for us here." These are the same people. This is and I don't know. I don't know where you are on this. The whole Shaka thing. That would be the equivalent of everybody over at the legislature going, "Hey, Shaka," which is kind of a Hawaiian thing. Guam doesn't really have its own thing.
Does it?
I don't know. There's some people that are doing like the Laddie Stone looking thing.
Okay, yeah. A laddie, man.
I don't feel it.
Me neither.
It's just, I think what we should do is Carabao horns.
Here you go.
That should totally be our Guam thing. But like I said, we got copycats around here, and I'm sure that there's a couple of desperate people over at the 36th Guam legislature, and maybe even some that were on. Wait, who's on the phone?
Oh, it's Kellis.
Kellis is on
blessed.
the phone. See, now I was going to launch into the report card conversation for the last action pack that came out of the Chamber of Commerce. Philip Letty, new guy, and I told him his first instructions, report card. Let's take a look at the names of the people that actually were sworn into the 36th Guam legislature after the election and see if they did anything to meet the goals as stated by our friends at the Chamber of Commerce in the Action Pack. But my buddy Kellis is on the phone, feeling blessed as usual.
As usual.
My friend.
So earlier this morning I tried to get on, but your phones were just jammed, always. But you identified yourself as a military member.
Oops.
So, for example, I think this is great because, for example, if you were to identify yourself as a woman, you are a woman.
Great.
So if you go up to the front gate of Navy and say, I identify as a military member, you should be able to get on base, get gas, and go to the commissary. Because if you can identify
otherwise,
as a woman,
they're racist and they're transphobic.
Yes.
Yes.
Or they're military phobic.
Right. They don't like everybody has to wear a uniform and go to boot camp? I don't think so.
Yeah. Because if you identify as a military member, then you should get all the benefits of being a woman, right? You should be able to go to the bathroom and take a shower at the high school and whatnot, because you identify as or go to the university and take a shower there.
There was somebody,
or go to the gym.
Somebody was saying, Ray's going to compete as a woman in some of these track and field events, still get his ass kicked.
Did you hear about it? This was I think it was in England. There was a weightlifting competition, and a guy said, a radio DJ said, I am going to go identify as a woman and win this competition. He walked up smoking a cigarette, drinking a beer, identified as a woman, and set a record.
Oh, God.
And he was not a weightlifter.
Well, congratulations to her.
Yeah, way to go. Way to go. That's we got it. Jim Bohannon did this whole thing the other morning talking about exactly this, and we've got to get our collective edge out of our collective butts and just come to the truth here about what happens with genders. There are only the two of them, boy and girl, and that's all there is to it. But if you identify some way, and I'm not gonna, I know that there are some people that are, that would say, no, this is not right. But look, if you identify another way, then that's fine, but you cannot compete against the gender that you were not born in. If you want to compete in these activities, then come up with your own tranny league. What's wrong
Then,
with
see,
that?
If you do that, then you are not agreeing that they are actually women or men or goats. Because if I feel
but we've got to agree on what a woman is, and we have to agree on what a man is. I think that there are strict biological. What's this? There's certain characteristics of manhood, and just because you cut it off doesn't mean that you are not a man.
Well, because actually, in the
I can
States,
still. I mean, if you want to, I will call you a her if that's how you want to identify. And there are many people in my life, born and raised on Guam. You don't come up through the 70s without having at least one buddy of yours that switched teams for the other side, one more aggressive than the other. And I know many of them. And when we are together and they are dressed like a woman and they're wearing perfume and their hair is long, then that's a her. And that's the way they get treated when they're around me.
I got to go now. I just wanted to call in since you identified as a military member. I wanted to thank you for your service.
You're very welcome. Aye.
Okay.
That's me.
Have a
I'm
good day.
Sergeant Major Incident Commander Fernando Estevez. Where'd that guy go? I thought you were looking for him.
Oh, yeah, I've been. In these last couple of days, he's been in meetings. He said, "I'm in meetings. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm in meetings now."
Which simple questions that I want to ask. These are not difficult questions that take 2 minutes on the radio to answer them. I.e., my friend Brian is an educator with the Department of Education, and he needs to get tested every week so that because he's not vaccinated and is not going to be forced into a vaccination, and the rule apparently is that he has to go and get tested every week. But these are incredible times. Are we going to waste a test on somebody who is not a high risk just because he falls under the ridiculous mandate?
That's what we need. We need to classify people as high risk and low risk, and that's that.
Boy, girl, high risk, low risk. Bow wow, quack quack. If it barks, it's a dog. If it quacks, it's a duck. I got you. 9:19 in the morning. So we'll see what we can come up with on that. So, returning now to our regular scheduled broadcast. And by the way, thank you. It's after 9 o'clock. I'm still here. Just FYI. So it was last weekend, Friday. I left the office. I got a temperature and I got body aches. I was really thirsty. I got a sore throat.
It sounds like after a good night.
Said this got to be COVID-19, but I didn't test. So I let that linger. A little bit of a sore throat over the last couple of days, and yesterday, day before, I left at 9, so that I would have the vocal strength to be able to do a 4-hour show today, a 4-hour show tomorrow, and a 4-hour show on Friday. And I appreciate you indulging me that. For those of you that are wondering, yes, it is COVID-19. It is the Omicron, and to the degree that we have always mitigated in terms of trying to keep things as safe as possible for the employees. This is, as I say, a mask-free zone. Mana was wearing her mask today because I couldn't find the plexiglass.
She's going to get a pin.
She's going to get a pin.
I'm pretty sure.
Frontliner, working with Ray Gibson right here in the same
face
studio.
Of it all.
Jerry Roberts doesn't have a problem with it. Real Joe's on the other side of the glass. So we are as protected as we need be. The rest of my mitigation and my isolation at 10 o'clock this morning, as soon as the Fox News starts, I'm vamoosing into the car, going home, going to the store, getting beer, going home.
Okay.
And then Real Joe is going to wipe down the place and get it ready for Bob Klitsky.
Or even the bathroom common, where you flush the toilet, I'm going to wipe that.
Wipe that down, bro. Wipe it down. 9:21 in the morning. 888-8255. So earlier today, we were talking with Phil Leddy. And I like Phil. Phil's a good guy. And as one of these guys, he will. I don't want to say that he's got a filter. Because I don't think he does, but when he does say things, it's from a position, I think, of some degree of authority. He's done research. He knows how he feels about things. And so they have made him, apparently, the action-packed guy over at the chamber. Hey, free lunches?
Yeah.
What do you say? So this is the guy. If you're running for political office in 2022, that's the ass you have to kiss.
Yeah, send gifts.
You want him to say, you know what, I've looked over this entire landscape of political talent, and I'd love to be able to say everybody deserves a position on the Action PAC, but not everybody. Many will be called. Few will be chosen for the Action PAC. So you might be asking to yourself, Ray, didn't we do an Action PAC last time around? Yeah, we did in 2020. There was an Action PAC. They put this together. Are you ready for the Action PAC from 2020? Before I give you the names, these were what their plans were supposed to be. And Phil, this is the criteria for which we create our Action PAC 2020 report card. The Action PAC plan. Priority number 1, right-size the local government. Priority number 2, improve the transparency in all levels of the government of Guam. Number 3, support the military buildup. Number 4, support a part-time legislature. And number 5, rollback of the BPT from 5 to 4% immediately. All right. So weighty responsibilities, to be sure. Weighty assignments that were handed out. Now, I'm going to give you the list of the names of the people that were on the Action PAC. I'll give you all of them, first of all. And then I will give you the names of the one that actually won the election and went into the 36th Guam legislature. All right, so at number 1, former Senator Vicente Tony Ada, now Republican Senator Tony Ada. Number 2 was candidate John Onanich.
Here I am, Lord, is it I, Lord?
But he didn't make it. Oh. Number 3, Michelle Armenta, who, hey. Let's get those eyes.
Yeah.
Anyway,
voice,
so Michelle Armenta was number 3. Unfortunately, she didn't make it either. Who else did it? Former Senator Frank Blas Jr., who returned to the to the legislature in the 36th Guam legislature, so he got in there. Vince Borja, Republican.
Oh, Biba.
A day. He didn't make it. Former Chief of Police J.I. Cruz. A day. Even though Lakeisha tried really, really hard, right? And he was wearing his super tight skinny jeans.
Oh, yeah.
He still did not get enough votes to get in there. Former Senator Chris Duenas, Republican. Ken Leon Guerrero, Republican. Senator Jimmy Craig Moylan was brought back. Senator Tello Taitigui. Senator Therese Terlai, who ended up becoming the Speaker of the legislature. And Senator Mary Torres, as in meritorious bonus. Mary Torres bonus. Sorry, you got to be like old school politician to remember that. All right. So those were all of the people that were given the nod to become members of this Action PAC. Now, again, not all of them won. Unfortunately, I would have liked to have seen a legislature with Michelle Armenta in it. Man, I would have liked to have seen that legislature.
Wow.
So, former Senator, let me just go over the list now of the people that did get in there. Tony Ada, Frank Blas Jr., Chris Duenas, Jimmy Moylan, Tello Taitigui, Therese Terlai, and Senator Mary Torres. They all made it. And now I'll go back again to the goals of the PAC. Right-size the local government, improve the transparency in all levels of the government, support the military buildup, support a part-time legislature, and roll back of the BPT from 5 to 4% immediately. How have we done? What grade do you give these now incumbents over at the 36th Guam legislature who may be asking for another opportunity to be a part of the Action PAC list for 2022? Do you think that they've done enough to earn a spot in this? Or would you like to see a whole lot more people? Like, I mean, and everybody knows how I feel about Jimmy Moylan, right? So Jimmy action plan. Jimmy's problem is that Jimmy is a member of the minority inside the minority. Him and Mary Torres are the only two Camacho-crat Republicans that we've got in there. Everybody else is a Calvo-crat. So it's that much more difficult for those two to be able to push their initiatives through, and then push them through in a strong Democrat majority of the 36th Guam legislature. So ponder that, if you will. And think about those names of people that were able to get themselves into the 36th Guam legislature that were asking for the support of members of the business community, members of the community in general, based on that criteria, and think to what degree you would support them again if they said, well, it'll be different this time. We couldn't even get this legislature to stand up for their own authorities as the second branch of government, including the speaker. 9:27, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be. Brother Tim's on. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Well, good morning, Ray.
What you been up to?
Hear your scratchy voice.
Well, it's not so bad today. Well, it's not so bad today.
Not alone.
I've been. Oh, did you get it too?
Oh man, it's like a buffet, or I'm sorry, it's like a fiesta. You know, it hit me for like 48 hours, and then like, okay, I got to wait 3 more days now.
Exactly. That's all I'm doing is I'm waiting out isolation here. It looks like I'm going to be doing this at least for the end of the week before I feel comfortable. I mean, I'm symptom free for all intents and purposes, but for the safety, out of an abundance of caution, I'll go ahead and split the office and work remotely. That's not all that. Or me, I love this stuff. Run up to the transmitter site and work up there. Except today, I was gonna go today, except I found out now there's a whole bunch of. There's another crew that wants to go and get some transmitter work done today, and I'm like, no, I was hoping to work alone. Oh well. COVID-19 is here. I got it. Can run, but cannot hide. And so I'm very, very happy that. And I'll ask you this question. You're a smart guy. So I've got COVID-19. I've got the Omicron, and I never did bother getting vaccinated or boosterized. Now I don't need to, do I? What do you think?
Well, what? You mean you never got vaccinated?
I'm one of those guys.
Well, then it's over.
I should be dead.
No, the pandemic is over. The virus is dead. You're the last one standing.
I dig it.
And you're still standing. So what the hell? I got vaccinated. I didn't want to, but certain forces that render me helpless.
Right.
Drug me to the German station and put me in the gas chamber and subjected me to the chemical torture. But that's not my concern anymore. It's already over with. But yeah, since Ray Gibson has contracted COVID, then obviously there is nothing left for the governor to fight against.
Right? Could you just say, look, as far as I'm concerned, it's done. Gibson got COVID. He survived it even without the vaccine. People are going to look at that and say, well, what the hell's the point of the vaccine? Why don't we just get done and over with this COVID-19 public health emergency? Let's go back to actually doing procurement, to competitive procurement here on Guam. Let's go back to transparency and open government. Let's do some of that stuff. Let's go back to letting people do whatever they want to with their lives. If there's a table inside the restaurant, you should be able to eat at that table whether you're vaccinated or not. And here's another one. There's a degree of controversy over this one. Let's take the masks off the kids.
Oh yeah. Let's go ahead and take the masks off the kids. One of my children, who either contracted it from me or I contracted it from them. Of course, the whole family is locked down in prison. But I'm looking at my ungrateful sibling. And I'm saying, okay, he's taking it like a champ. He's bouncing off the walls, running around, and all this stuff. I'm like, geez. Of course, he's got had a temperature of 102 yesterday, but today he's ready to go out and play football. And I'm sitting there going, well, this is obvious proof because unvaccinated, fully exposed, I mean, could not avoid it, either got it from somebody else or got it from me, and this kid is just, full of energy. It's like never happened. So I'm kind of like, okay, proof positive, children are not affected. It's just another flu to them, and they're done and over with. Although my wife and I were very worried, constantly monitoring the every sniff and sneeze and sniffle and reading the temperature every 30 minutes just to make sure that we didn't have to rush the child to the Guam Memorial COVID Center.
Yeah. Did you get one of those oximeters? The thing like they have in a hospital, you stick it on your finger and it tells you what your oxygen levels are?
Well, back when it was a fad, I went out and bought one.
You the man? I knew it. If anybody had one of these, this is my friend Tim. Tim and I probably have the same kind of the same crap in our junk drawers.
Oh, you mean junk room?
Junk room. Thank you, junk room. Yes. Oximeters over there, sure. Kind of radio junk. 9:32 in the morning. So I'm not going to disagree with you. Although the difference between me and your kid is probably about 50 years. But I'm in reasonably good shape. I like to think. I don't have any major comorbidities. Don't live with anybody at the house that I need to worry about. So there was never any reason for me to get vaccinated. And now that we've gone to the kinder, gentler version of COVID-19, I'm actually glad that I've got the Omicron. And as far as I'm concerned, Tim, this pandemic is over for me.
Well, I mean, you've mentioned two.
They're gonna tell me it's not. The quote experts are going to say, well, it's a little bit too early to tell what the impact of you having gotten COVID-19 with Omicron, what impact that's going to have on the next version of the COVID-19 that comes out. And I'm like, well, screw you. We don't know this. We cannot answer the same question about the Spanish flu, other than you get a flu shot every year, right?
You stole my answer.
Yeah, sorry.
That's my line.
Sorry, buddy.
I mean, how long have we been under the Spanish flu pandemic?
Since the First World War.
Well, of course. Freaking. What's the thing here? I mean, I'm not saying that disease is not deadly. Of course it is, but I'm gonna edit myself at this point. I'm not gonna go any further.
Government employee. Look, here's the long and short of it is this is not the pandemic that everybody sold us on. There was this idea in February and March of 2020 that this was going to be a planet killer, and if we didn't all wear our masks and live underneath blankets for the rest of our lives, then that was going to be it. This is going to be kill off whole percentages of the population on the planet. It hasn't done that. We knew. And everybody says, well, we didn't know what we know now. That's bull. We knew exactly who the targets were going to be in February of 2020. You can look it up. In fact, even the governor at a health conference that took place at Dusit or somewhere went through the litany of who the victims were. It was always going to be older people with comorbidities. But despite that and watching it turn into fact every single day, we still chose to take the steps and the mitigations that we did that have ruined an entire planet's economy.
Well, you got to give the governor credit, okay? She did give you an option. You could have the cherry Kool-Aid or the grape Kool-Aid, all right? She did give you an option. Now, my next statement, notwithstanding anything that I've said in the past or might say in the future,
okay,
based on the actions of the past legislature, current legislature, and any other legislature that actually falls within the notwithstanding rule.
Oh.
Why do we even have a legislature anymore?
But how organic act,
I mean, the question you asked was, what do you rate the current legislature and their standings? I don't think they have done anything. And I look at the ones that came out with the with the cannons and the tanks at the beginning of the election year, and they were pounding on the previous legislature, demanding action to be taken, and we're still waiting for action to be taken. I know what happened to the RX-5.
That's why I want Phil Leddy to go through all of this. There needs to be a report card. So they made very plain what the goals were. And of the 5 things that I told you earlier, they made very plain what the goals for this action pack were. And for the people that were able to get into the legislature, what'd you do? The record's there. You can go through all of the measures that have been introduced and passed by the 36th Guam legislature. How many of them helped right-size the government of Guam? How many of them improved transparency in the government? How many of them were specific to aiding and abetting what will be the thing that saves us in the next couple of years, which is the military buildup and the incredible military construction that's going to be taking place? Support for a part-time legislature. I don't think anybody even brought it up after the inauguration.
Well, what's even more important is that no one actually stood up and challenged their colleagues, if you want to call them, I would prefer to call them collies, but they never challenged anybody to take a stand, to make a public statement on where their action was going to be in legislative session. Nobody. And we had that was pounding on us all the time, every day during the election is, I'm going to make this legislature accountable. Well, I guess they never passed first grade math. Now, the other thing is, you were talking about the vaccination requirement. I guess the Supreme Court ruling has not trickled down to Guam yet?
The Supreme Court ruling and the way that was put together, the whole weaponizing OSHA, and that is starkly different than the steps that Lulian Guerrero has taken as governor of Guam and as the boss of the executive branch. I believe that it is well within her abilities to be able to demand that the people be either vaccinated or test weekly. I mean, if I wanted to, I could do it here.
Well, my understanding of the Supreme Court ruling is that it specifically stated that the government does not have the legal authority.
The government doesn't have the legal authority to mandate the private business, but the governor, as the boss of the government of Guam, has the authority to do with what she wants to with the employees of the government of Guam. And feel free to disagree with me, but if you disagree with me, I want to know which one of the union stooges you called to protect and defend the employees of the Department of Education, because they're the ones that they're holding the bag in my mind.
Actually, everything that has been happening in the last 3 years, as far as coming down from the Supreme Court, has been ambiguous, and I really can't defend my position as far as my interpretation of what the Supreme Court ruling is. But it seemed quite obvious. I mean, the whole position was that the President of the United States had directed OSHA
Correct.
to enforce vaccination throughout the world. Regardless of where you worked or what you were doing, it was a work site mandate.
For businesses over 100 employees. All right, so we'll begin with that. Bob Klitsky will do a far better job of engaging the legal part of this, but the President of the United States overstepped his authority by allowing OSHA to overstep their authority to enforce this law, this mandate that the president had. That's what the Supreme Court was talking about. What you're talking about here on Guam is the governor of Guam asserting her authority over her employees in the executive branch, mind you, the executive branch only, to test, to vaccinate or test. She, I believe, has the authority to do that. Whether she should, that's a whole different conversation.
Well, you know, she's a nurse, and she knows more than the doctors do, and we've had doctors on the air for how long? 2 years?
We got doctors, and we got doctors. Tim, I'm going to let you run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have an outrageous day.
Oh, it's already been an outrageous day.
I love that. See you soon, buddy. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Yeah, there's doctors. I mean, there's 50 doctors. Okay, I'll give it to you like this. You remember when everybody was all ticked off about lockdowns and all of this other stuff, and they'd find me. I'd be sitting at the bar out there, and they go, all right, I tell you, I have a real problem with all the things the government of Guam is doing, Department of Public Health and Social Services. And I'll say, well, I'll let you talk to me. You keep buying my beer. You can talk to me all damn night. And then we'll get it out of their system and say, you really ought to talk to me about this on the radio. It doesn't do anybody any good to have these conversations in the bar or the back of a pickup truck. Why don't you get on the radio with me? Here's the telephone number, 888-8255. Call me up and tell me what you just said. Oh, no. No, thank you. And I got the same thing as a bunch of doctors that are out there. Oh, if it was me, I'd do this. If it was me, I'd do that. So why don't you get on the radio and call me about this? Oh, no. Sensitive. Very sensitive subject. I can't.
Small town, really.
Very small town. Yeah. Hey, I live in a small town. This is not an editorial like you see in the newspaper where you don't know who the hell wrote it. I wrote it. You hear the words coming out of my mouth. You see on the bottom of the screen it says, Ray Gibson Show. I own all of the words and the actions that are coming out of my mouth for better and or for worse. Studio time in 18 minutes. All right, so are we done digging on Hawaii? Okay. No, because I don't want it, because my commander, my cuz, he's going to say, man, all the time, give the Hawaiian guys a hard time. That would not please Mark. All right. So we know that a lot of people are moving out of Hawaii because it's crazy, man. The taxes, can't get a decent job. Have you seen what they've done to housing in the state of Hawaii? I was in 1983, a struggling student in Hawaii. I was attending Chaminade University.
God, that was a great year.
Silver Swords, brother.
Yeah.
Silver Swords. And we lived in a one-bedroom apartment on Church Lane, not too far away from Puck's Alley, not too far away from University, if you know the area. And there were, I'm on the radio right now. Can I talk to you here? Call me later. There were two guys, me and another guy, interestingly enough, named Ray, his sister, and there were at least another two girls that lived in it. So the boys lived in the living room section on futons, and the girls lived in the bedroom, and what we'd refer to as the master bedroom. And that was it. That's all we had, baby. All of us, and it was expensive. This was not a cheap place. Because it's townside. From my back balcony, I could look over one of the highways, a Cam Highway or something like that, and there was a nice little Japanese cemetery in the backyard. And if you had enough time, I mean, it was a 20-minute walk to get to Waikiki from the place, right? The bus was close by. It was a perfect place, but it cost a bloody fortune to live there, even if it was spread among the five of us. So there's a lot of people, a lot of residents of Hawaii that are thinking, you know what, I'm maybe going to do better somewhere else. Who would ever want to leave Hawaii? This is in Wall Street 24/7 with its lush mountains, the Ko'ola Mountains, and ocean breezes. It's truly a paradise. Yet some Hawaiians are saying goodbye to the Aloha State. 24/7 Wall Street did state-by-state migration and checked with the Census Bureau to find out where people were coming from, but more importantly, where they were going. The main reason why you'd leave Hawaii? Financial. To live in paradise, you pay the price. In a 2019 poll, 45% of the island residents surveyed said they were leaving the state or considering a move. Of those contemplating leaving, 47 named the cost of living as the most important reason. Because, yeah, otherwise the beach is nice. When they do relocate, Hawaiians aren't willing to forego some of their home state's advantages. However, they want a warm climate. California is their most desired destination. Does that not sound like out of the frying pan into the fire?
Yeah.
Let's leave Hawaii to go someplace that is even more hung up I was going to use another word
I
before
know.
the up.
I'm glad you didn't,
Right?
man.
It took me a second to get hung up out because there was another couple of words that were in my head. Why would you leave Hawaii to move to California? What are you thinking out there? They said, well, it's the climate. We want it to be warm. In 2019, 12,000 Hawaiians, 18% of those leaving the state made their way to the Golden State. Texas was the second most preferred destination for Hawaiians. It gained 7,000, or about 10% of those exiting the state. The eastern U.S. apparently a trek too far for Hawaiians. Nobody moved to Delaware, the District of Columbia, or Rhode Island. North Dakota didn't welcome any Hawaiians either, and only 2 relocated to Vermont. So, and the reason why I throw this story out here, number one, because it is kind of entertaining. Wait a second, we're moving from Hawaii to California. Ooh, it's just as expensive in California as it is in Hawaii. Well, everything's expensive, right? But I suppose the other part of this here is all stories being local stories. Where have the Guamanians that you know that left gone? Where did they go? Where did they go? I'm trying to ponder this in my head. I know of at least one teacher who took off last year. She lives in Hawaii now, and a great addition to the state, I must say. I'm trying to think of a family that just recently, as a family, lock, stock, and barrel, put everything on the social media. Don't buy anything, whatever that page is, and got rid of all of their crap and left. Pulled up roots. Goodbye. And for a lot of reasons. Education for the kids, cost of living for sure. Got older parents, and they wanted to be close to them and close to good hospitals. And if you got money, and everybody says, well, you can't, what are you going to do? All these places are more expensive. You're not going to be able to, same cost of living or whatever. Here, I don't think so. I think in a lot of places that aren't Guam, you take what you're making here, and maybe that dollar's going to go a lot further. Maybe you get more value for that dollar. I'm not talking Philippines, but there are going to be places where the cost of living isn't all that high. Just got to be on the lookout for those crazy kind of blue state people. 9:48. Real quick break here. Coming back with Jack and Kenny.
Half a day. This is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Right here. I got you. 10 after, what, 10 after? No, 10 till. Sorry. Maybe I should have left at 9. I don't know. 10 to 10. And portions of the program are brought to you by APL American Present Lines, global presence with a local home, and the guys over at Nissan. Lot is full of 2021s. Not good. Good for you, because they need to get rid of them. So they got all kinds of great prices on all kinds of incredible Nissan rides. These are they're like top of the market, state-of-the-art. How about the Nissan Murano and the Titan and the Kicks and the Sports? They got both kinds of Rogues. They got the regular Rogue, and then they've got, for guys like us, the Rogue Sport. Check us out over at Nissan Guam. So you go and you figure out which one you like and what color you want, do all that stuff, and then you sort out the deal. 0% APR for the life of the loan, or Nissan, Brian will cover the first 3 payments for you. I love this. And if you got great credit, I mean, better than my credit. And it's not, I got really bad credit. But so your good credit could make it so that you don't even need to leave a down payment. You could go there now and be in a brand new Nissan ride today. No money down. Check it out at NissanGuam.com. I've never really wanted to live anywhere else. I went to school in Hawaii for a little bit and didn't enjoy it because it's not the same kind of island that we have here, and there's way too many mysterious hang-ups there. I think I think they're still twitchy about the whole Pearl Harbor thing.
Oh yeah,
there might be some of that. So everybody's like hung up about something there. I'd always thought that if I did have to go someplace else, maybe Washington State, but I got an ex-wife there, so that's not going to happen. I mean, we get along. We get along just fine. We just kidding. A lot of Chamorros up there. Oh my God, the Obla.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? At San Diego, same thing.
Yeah, Grapevine's still fast out there too.
Huh?
The Grapevine.
The Grapevine. Oh my God.
Grapevine.
Yeah. So I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, if it came to bullets and somebody said, man, it's just not happening fast enough, we got to go cat go. Where would you go? Where would you end up? Right? This is an interesting question. Would you go somewhere specifically because there was nobody from here there? Would you go? Oh yeah. There's people down there and up in oh hell yes, yeah. These are the last people I want to hang out with. They're gonna borrow me all the time.
You ever see Chamorros when you're on vacation and you try to hide from them, man? You're like, I don't want to be seen.
No, I did. Actually, I used to, as I said, ex-wife in Washington State. And it was always kind of fun. And we were hanging out there together in the late 90s, early 2000s. And you'll remember around that time, Jack will remember, there was a big brain drain. The Asian economy had popped. Nothing going on here on Guam. The number one export was empty containers out of the island, and the ones that were full of goods from people that lived here that now live someplace else. And so it was right after. You'll remember this for sure. Do you remember the Early Out program, Jack?
Yeah, I was part of the Early Out program.
Really?
And I remember they had one down at SRF. Mine was what they call a RIF, a reduction in force.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you got the Wuhan virus, but I'll let you know, man. I'll write a letter to the governor and make sure you get one of those pins.
How about an 18-pack of Michelob Ultra? I think that will help see me through all of this. Yeah, I got a buddy of mine online. He says, "Dude, I've got ivermectin if you need it. I mean, if you really got the I don't know, the twitches or whatever." I'm like, I'm okay.
For Dr. Poole to make available the Carabao medicine, so
sure.
I can get the Carabao medicine here. But yeah, I was listening to Dr. Akamoto, and when this thing first broke out, the first places they went was to zero down community, and that's when they get the feeling that, hey, if we can force these guys to get there, test it. Imagine if we could just spread it and get other people forced to get tested, get forced to get vaccine. So it's always been. I criticize you for being a petri dish. I meant it in a good way.
That's okay.
Not in a bad way. And I was listening to Governor Carl, and next time you ask him, what's the status of these hot buttons? I mean, how are we paying for those things? And it's just about time. If you want to push the restart button, we need to really think about downsizing right-sizing this government. Because when you ask about the brain drain, I bring it back. I mean, for everything that I supported Governor Eddie Cowell for. It was just like a bummer when, he just went up and said, hey, as a private business, I'm willing to pay for this increase in the GRT. Energy left me. Energy left a lot of my friends.
I remember that.
And, they started an Exville plan. Sorry to mention that some of them went to places like Canada, which is, gosh, awful. They got restriction on the practice of religion. They're mandated that people even going into Walmart must be vaccinated. They're not vaccinated. You know what they're doing is that they allow people to go to pharmacies and grocery stores. They actually are escorting, people who are unvaxxed or non-vaxxed to the pharmacy and then escorting them back out the building. That's how ridiculous some of these places are. So when I measure what Guam is going through, we have some really
we've got Mataping, but it isn't as Mataping as in other places.
And I hate to measure that with other places because they don't have the constitutional format that we have. A lot of us don't understand the Constitution. And even as we were growing up, we get into trouble. We go, I have my constitutional rights, not even knowing what they were. But we knew somebody out there. There were checks and balances. Power wasn't concentrated into one branch of government. And now we turned this corner. It's Orwellian. It's just ridiculous. It's like it's just a dystopia just arising above us. And so, I think Bob Kliskey will agree with me that we live by the mantra that let the trouble come in my time so my children don't have to go through it. But now this government, both local and federally, are going after our children. Mm-hmm. They're just bypassing, hey, you don't want to do it, we're going to go after your children. And so it is problematic. I think we still have some people with fortitude in here. We are the 3%, and we'll work our way through it. But we've been.
I wish there was more than 3%, my friend. And I wish there were a lot more people that weren't so sensitive about speaking out when they know that now is the time to speak out. The whole thing, and I wished I were more vocal about it. Sometimes I wish that I was able to lead a charge a little bit better to get people to say, no, we shouldn't be forcing children to be wearing masks. I really think that's an issue. The effectiveness of the mask, number one, and unless it's an N95, are we going to force the children into N95s? Is that where we're going to be going next? Otherwise, let's admit that they don't work, and then we can let the kids go on and be kids. For heaven's sakes, we're almost at the end of this thing, but we just gotta stay firm, fortitude, stay hard, and don't let them add anything more. And encourage them to start looking at restrictions and eliminating them.
And we also need to jump on the media, the local media, to get on their job, man, because now they're just trying any which way they can to create the narrative. And it's just some of them are backtracking, but the local media, a lot of it has to be pinned on them because they take these bulletins and these announcements as this is what we have for news, and this is our investigation.
It's a bunch of people that all they're doing is cutting and pasting press releases. And I'm guilty of it as well. I'm just a guy that talks on the radio. But there needs to be, what we need? Lee Holmes. We need Lee Holmes and a Lee Holmes newsroom. That's what we need, guys. And unfortunately, the place is being run by children. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, guy. I got to run. I'll see you soon.
All right, brother.
That's that. There's Jack. I'm Ray. Here's Fox News.
Only in terms of economic consequences and political consequences, but it'll be enormous consequences worldwide.
The president said he has no intentions of putting American forces in Ukraine. 8,500 U.S. troops have been put on heightened alert, meaning they could be sent to Europe to aid NATO forces. It appears to be business as usual in Ukraine.
Walking through Kiev tonight, the city feels strikingly normal. People are crunching their way along the snow-covered sidewalks. Restaurants and bars are crowded. Many Ukrainians are perhaps heeding a call from the country's president to remain calm. Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the nation earlier. He said there are no childish illusions and everything is not simple, but there is hope. In Kiev, Ukraine, Simon Owen, Fox News.
A judge has granted a stay in an appeal over COVID mask mandates in New York State, keeping the requirement in place while it continues to go through the legal process. Meanwhile, in Iowa, a federal appeals court is allowing the state of Iowa to enforce a law that prevents local schools from imposing mask mandates, except for schools attended by students whose disabilities make them more vulnerable to severe illness if they get COVID. The CDC says just 40% of fully vaccinated Americans have gotten a COVID booster shot as the Omicron surge continues. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has announced she will seek re-election this year, making the announcement in a video posted to social media.
Our democracy is at risk because of assaults on the truth, the assault on the U.S. Capitol, and the state-by-state assault on voting rights.
The 81-year-old was the first woman elected as Speaker of the House. 10-time All-Star David Ortiz has been elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in his first turn on the ballot. America is listening to Fox News.
Jason in the House, the Jason Chaffetz podcast. There is always someone doing something stupid somewhere. Dive deeper than the headlines and the party lines as I take on American life, politics, and entertainment. Join me, Jason Chaffetz, every Wednesday as I shed light on the news and make some predictions along the way. You never know who will drop in. Subscribe now on foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
A compromise in Illinois over teacher sick pay concerning COVID-19.
Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker vetoes a bill that would have required COVID-19 sick pay for teachers and staff at public schools and universities. The protection bill passed in October but was stalled over concerns that it would give people the incentive to avoid getting the vaccines. The governor's new proposal encourages vaccination and instead provides paid leave for school employees who are fully vaccinated. The governor is saying he'll work with the legislature to see the compromise reached in a new bill. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
National Guard members in New Mexico have begun substitute teaching in an effort to keep kids in classrooms as the state deals with a surge in COVID cases. Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham says she will do the same if needed. Another proposed GOP bill aims to tighten voting restrictions in Indiana.
A Republican-backed proposal would require Indiana voters who request mail-in ballots to swear under possible penalty of perjury that they won't be able to vote in person at any time during the 28 days before Election Day. Democrats objecting to the measure, citing hours-long lines at early voting sites in the state during the 2020 election, also arguing the change would discourage people from selecting their most convenient way of casting a ballot under the penalty of perjury. The bill, sponsored by Republican Representative Tim Wesko, was endorsed along party lines by an Indiana House committee Tuesday. Up next, the full House for consideration. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Consumer confidence declined this month as Americans become slightly less optimistic about their near-term financial prospects amid persistent inflation and the Omicron variant of COVID. The Conference Board of Business Research Group says its Consumer Confidence Index, which takes into account consumers' assessment of current conditions, fell slightly in January from December. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app, AUDACY.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile team.
They make smiles happen.
From the Fox News radio studios in New York City, giving you opinions and facts with a positive approach. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Thanks so much for listening, everybody. It's the Brian Kilmeade Show. Senator Lindsey Graham at the bottom of the hour to handle all the unfolding crises, domestic and foreign. And, of course, we'll take your calls, 1-866-408-7669. But it's right now, as we look at multiple challenges around the globe, whether it's the 38 warplanes that flew over Taiwan over the weekend, or whether it was what was happening with the buildup of over 100 Russian troops, 100,000 Russian troops around the border of the Ukraine, whether it was 8,500 American military men and women who are being mobilized to go into one of our neighboring NATO nations. This is a foreign policy crisis by Vladimir Putin's doing. Are we handling it the right way? A man that had this portfolio in his hand is the former Secretary of State. He joins us now, Mike Pompeo. Mr. Secretary, welcome back.
Great to be with you, Brian. Thanks for having me on this morning.
First off, was this predictable? That when you were there, did you sense that the Russians were getting impatient with the outreach of the Ukrainians to a degree to the West?
Yes, Brian, it's absolutely the case that Vladimir Putin's made clear that a democracy on his western border was not something he was fired up about, right? He wanted control. He wanted political control. He's used political and economic tools to do that for an awfully long time. Frankly, since the Soviet Union fell apart, they've tried to bring Ukraine back into the old Warsaw Pact alliance state. So that part's not new. What's different is I think he sensed a feeble administration, and so he's begun to use this coercive power in different ways than he would have done with President Trump. It's just we had a policy around the world which made clear, here's the things we care about, here are the things we're going to defend. And there was no doubt that these words would be backed up by deeds. And I think he saw the Colonial Pipeline incident, right, where Russians shut down pipelines in the southeast, and we told him that's great, but don't do it again. He saw us give him New START. He saw that debacle in Afghanistan, and I think